Attention all you team players, are you ready to take one for the team? Join me, Andy King, at the meeting show as I reveal how life has changed after becoming the undisputed king of Netflix's disastrous Fyre Festival documentary. When faced with crisis, do you know how to embrace the challenge and turn a negative into a positive? I've become a viral sensation and an expert in reputation management and recovery. You won't want to miss this. The Fyre Festival is really only half the story, so stay tuned.
All these models, like in the Bahamas.
The most insane festival the world has ever seen.
Island getaway turned disaster.
It became very barbaric.
Right now, we are the fucking laughing stock of everything.
Just wait until you see what you're getting yourselves into.
American rapper Ja Rule is in the Bahamas with his business partner.
Billy McFarlane
Is an amazing entrepreneur.
He could convince anyone of pretty much anything.
They just bought an island.
Pablo Escobar's island. Oh my gosh.
We're gonna throw a festival, yeah.
Within 48 hours, they sold out. These guys are either completely full of shit or they're the smartest guys in the room. We were working around the clock, no sleep.
Billy's like, bring more workers. We need more workers.
Every single day it got more tense.
He just would not take no for an answer. And he just kept pulling money in somehow.
Desperate people do desperate things.
He was lying to investors and making it seem like we were making a ton of money when we weren't.
I mean, that's fraud.
We need to get the messaging out now that this is not a luxury music festival.
Oh my God.
There's mattresses all over the place getting soaked.
The save yourself mode kicked in.
Right, it's a free-for-all.
It became this looting mentality.
There's an angry mob, they're pissed off and they want their money.
Powerful models built this festival, and then one picture of cheese on toast ripped down the festival.
They just couldn't physically fit that many people on the island.
The event's co-founder is facing up to 20 years in prison.
If you had thousands of dollars to go on a trip to see Blink 182, that's on you. That is Darwinism at its finest.
The biggest event in a decade, I promise you.
I'll be there.
Welcome to day 3 of the meeting show. We've had a fantastic 2 days so far, packed full of education, connections and meetings, and we are really looking forward to you enjoying what we've got in store for you today. Head over to the education schedule. We've got another packed day. In particular, we have our headliner, Andy King, on at 3:10. Made famous from the Netflix documentary about the Fyre Festival, it's one you don't want to miss. I hope you have a really good day today.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Hello and welcome to the Meeting Show 2020 and to TMS TV. This exciting virtual event gives you everything you need as meeting and events professionals. Head to the educational program for 3 days of thought-provoking content, which can be watched live or on demand, so you will not miss a session. Our experts will cover hot topics such as recovery, designing online events, measuring ROI, creative event design, and so much more. You do not want to miss any of these sessions. Make sure you connect with our exhibitors who are based all over the world and include hotels, destinations, destination management companies, conference centers, venues, and of course, technology providers. And you have also found TMS TV right here. 3 days of non-stop content on everything, meetings, events, and incentives, including industry opinion and interviews, the Tomorrow's Talent Initiative, highlights from the education, and so much more. Enjoy the show.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger.
That creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that the city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can. Be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meeting show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. To taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes. To get swept up and explore. To connect with something other than Wi-Fi. And reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
Attention all you team players, are you ready to take one for the team? Join me, Andy King, at the meeting show as I reveal how life has changed after becoming the undisputed king of Netflix's disastrous Fire Festival documentary. When faced with crisis, do you know how to embrace the challenge and turn a negative into a positive? I've become a viral sensation and an expert in reputation management and recovery. You won't want to miss this. The Fire Festival is really only half the story, so stay tuned.
All these models, like in the Bahamas. The most insane festival the world has ever seen.
Island getaway turned disaster.
It became very barbaric.
Right now, we are the fucking laughing stock of everything.
Just wait until you see what you're getting yourselves into.
American rapper Ja Rule is in the Bahamas with his business partner,
Billy McFarlane.
He's an amazing entrepreneur.
He could convince anyone of pretty much anything.
They just bought an island. Pablo Escobar's island. Oh my gosh.
Ding! We're gonna throw a festival, yeah.
Within 48 hours,
they sold out. These guys are either completely full of shit or they're the smartest guys in the room. We were working around the clock, no sleep.
Billy's like, bring more workers. We need more workers.
Every single day it got more tense.
He just would not take no for an answer. And he just kept pulling money in somehow.
Desperate people do desperate things.
He was lying to investors and making it seem like we were making a ton of money when we weren't.
I mean, that's fraud.
We need to get the messaging out now that this is not a luxury music festival.
Oh my God.
There's mattresses all over the place getting soaked.
The save yourself mode kicked in. Right, it's a free-for-all.
It became this looting mentality.
There's an angry mob, they're pissed off and they want their money.
Powerful models built this festival, and then one picture of cheese on toast ripped down the festival.
They just couldn't physically fit that many people on the island.
The event's co-founder is facing up to 20 years in prison.
If you had thousands of dollars to go on a trip to see Blink 182, that's on you. That is Darwinism at its finest.
The biggest event in a decade, I promise you.
I'll be there.
this afternoon, but it is time for some inspiration. We've been having tough times this year. We all know it. And this panel is going to give us a little bit of hope, some great stories, I think a lot of entertaining discussion. And I am going to hand over to one of my very, very good friends. He's moderating his first online panel, and I know he's going to smash it. He's got a great panel, and I'm going to just say it's over to you from London and Partners, Mr. Paul Black.
Thank you very much, Sam, and good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. It's great to see some familiar and new faces here this morning. So thanks so much for joining us. So this morning, we're talking about industry fortitude in the face of adversity. So that's our next topic for the next 40 to 45 minutes. So 2019 was arguably, one of our most successful years in the events industry, but 2020 has undoubtedly been and is the most challenging, affecting our businesses, livelihoods, friends, colleagues, families. But with some really impossible barriers, our events industry continues to show incredible resilience and adaptation. And that was never more evident in the actual initial outbreak, whether it was the Nightingale hospitals all across the UK, our brilliant logistics experts supporting the government with the initial response, or our hotels supporting those NHS workers. And as the year has continued, we continue to see incredible resolve from everyone across the industry, brilliant adaptation and innovation across each layer of the industry. And this really, let's face it, at times in impossible trading conditions. So this morning, I'm delighted to be joined by three industry professionals who have all had very different journeys in 2020, but all really epitomise this collaborative spirit, innovation and willingness really to support others really in the face of adversity. So a huge welcome to, firstly, Neil Thompson, founder of the Delegate Wranglers, which I'm sure many of you are aware. Neil and I have been operating Delegate Wranglers since 2014, and it has a 20,000 highly engaged community of event professionals on Facebook. Secondly, we have Anna Abdelnour, co-founder of Isla, which is a brilliant new startup organisation launched in August of this year, and it's dedicated to support the events industry ability to be more sustainable. And thirdly, we have Marlin Mason, a leading director of sales and marketing with 20 plus years experience, who sadly lost her role earlier this year, but I have to say shows incredible integrity, determination, and just refreshing honesty in sort of how she describes this difficult time. So huge welcome to Neil, Anna, Marlene. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. And really just a big shout out to everyone watching today. Please do send through any questions. It's great to see Paul from Glasgow, Liz from Cornwall. Good morning, Lindsay from Malta. Great to see different people from different organisations. So please just fire through any questions and I will get to them, I promise. So I thought this morning, let's get stuck into it. Let's focus on sort of three key themes. And I think that's adaptation, resilience, and maybe then looking at forward trends in terms of how we're looking and innovating ready for the future. So Neil, great if I can maybe start with you as, I guess, an established business owner, that's been operating for 6 years and representing a very large percentage of our brilliant event community. So what have Delegate Wranglers had to do to adapt? And I guess that's two big questions, if I may. Firstly, as a business owner, as I'm assuming it's been much more challenging to secure commercial partnerships over the last 8 months. And then secondly, as the big pressure of representing some 20,000 event professionals, I'm sure you've had to adapt a huge amount to keep everyone engaged and involved with the Delegate Wranglers.
Yeah, hello, Paul. Thanks for having me on this panel. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Really good to be here. Yeah, 2020, I mean, it was set to be a huge year for us. We were developing in the right way, just, moving more and more, growing bigger, offering better things for our members and for the event industry in general. And then all this happened. So I think going right back to March, the first thing that hit us was obviously desperation. Everybody just did not know what to do, and there was a lot of panic, in our group. We're not really a discussion forum type of group. We're more of a place to put business and things and have business inquiries. So initially, everybody just wanted to talk about it all the time, and initially we made the decision not to allow those on there. But as you know, or anybody who knows the Delegate Wranglers, it's a very positive group. It's all about positivity, and we just felt like having all these conversations on there would have just, gone into a spiral of negativity. So in the end, what we did was we set up a specific thread for that so that people could talk and discuss and, put polls in there and things to sign and all that kind of stuff, information. We started a COVID-19 newsletter. So that went out every week. That gave all the kind of latest information that we knew from the government and from people that were sharing information. So that was really helpful. Mostly we tried to stay upbeat and positive, Paul, to be honest. We tried to keep the vibe of the group. It was really difficult, at the beginning, but slowly but surely we managed to kind of keep the flow of the positivity going despite, the initial shock of what everybody went through. So then we started on a practical front. We started doing things to help our members. So things like doing a lot of promotional things, like totally free. Just anyone who came to us with a good news alert. We're still doing it now. All this still applicable now, but anyone who had some good news, they've just opened something or relaunched something or just opened a new business, we would put it on the group and promote it and try and give them some publicity. Any help we could give them. Then we started the DW live shows. Which is a kind of weekly upskilling. You've actually been on it, Paul, and so is Sammy as well.
Absolutely terrifying, Neil, but yeah, they are fantastic.
So yeah, which is, the purpose of those is to upskill people, to learn something about, the way an organization is handling things, or, could be LinkedIn training or anything. So they've become like a real thing now. And, we get thousands of people tuning into them like every week. So they've become a real thing. We also did some social events as well, online social events, which have been really good for morale. And we've got a Christmas party coming up as well on the 25th of November. So all those kind of things, that's the kind of things we're trying to do. From a commercial aspect, just quickly answer that one as well. To be honest, I think this next 6 months is all about we're just running to standstill. We just want to wash our face and come out at the end of it, still developing as a business. This is not the time to be for us to be looking for huge commercial things. As long as we keep going. I mean, in the group, the inquiries on the group are growing. They're really growing. We're getting lots of inquiries as a result. But my main concern really is to, if I come away from 2020 with a flat line and then we start again when we're allowed to, when we get some dates from the government and things, I will see that as, that's my goal really.
Sure. Well, I'm sure, having announced that Christmas party, I see Sam Allen is already signed up. So you've definitely got a very active partner there. So that's great. Yeah, and thanks for that, Neil. And I think people will absolutely remember that ability to help people during a period. I think there's absolutely a big bit where, people remember how you've been supported over the last 8 months. And I think Delegate Wranglers have been, truly, really fantastic with that. And perhaps if I can move over to the other side of the spectrum, so from an established business owner to a new one. So moving to you, Anna. Hey, Anna, great to see you. So Isla is one of the most impressive startups, really, during this period, and really support the industry in tackling climate change, which would be a huge thing as we sort of navigate out of this. But perhaps in your own words, tell us a bit about Isla.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So Isla is an action-focused network that exists to accelerate the transition of the industry to sustainable events, really looking at how we can tackle the big problems of our industry with regards to climate change collectively and in a collaborative way. The IPCC recommends sort of radical cross-sector collaboration to tackle the climate change, and it's a bit like they're the experts. Why aren't we listening to them? Let's do it. So really it's focused on looking at how we can collectively report and benchmark and measure our events so that over each year we can try and improve and reduce our impact, but at the same time, hand in hand goes education, training, working groups, workshops, any peer-to-peer knowledge sharing, education and so on, so that actually the people delivering events on the ground have the skills and knowledge that they need to make decisions that are impactful and meaningful.
Brilliant. And I guess exactly as you say, benchmarking, education, reporting, the key bits, right, to tackle sustainability. And I guess, obviously you're clearly hugely knowledgeable about, sustainability and organising green events and also the practicalities, right, of event operations, event management. But, with, I know obviously that the initial launch was delayed, right, from March and then until August. But to talk about adaptation, did that maybe give you a bit more time just to maybe change a few bits in preparation? And I ask that really, with huge respect and kudos, because you've had brilliant pickup since the launch in August.
Yeah, do you know what? It was a massive change, massive adaptation, and I really can't bear the word now. It used to remind me of Friends, and now it's just pivot means COVID 2020.
So true, so true.
But I think it's difficult because in March, when we were due to launch, it was with the same 12 founding member agencies, and we had a completely different model. So Isla runs on it's not an association, but it does run on membership. It's a non-profit organisation, so the membership sustains the work that Ben and I, my co-founder, are doing at the moment, and hopefully the organisation will grow. But in March, we had a really, really different model, fee structure, the way we were approaching things. You know, we had this really solid group of our 12 founding member agencies, and we didn't need to be as focused on growth in the same way that we have to be now. So March, when coronavirus became the big news and we recognized it was going to impact the industry as significantly as it has done, I suppose never really realizing it would impact as significantly as it has, we had to look at how we communicated. We had to look at what we were offering. Everything had to have real tangible value. It did before, obviously, but in a completely different way now. So it was around how we appealed to people. How do we keep the conversation of sustainability at the forefront? Because, you know, COVID is very immediate, and it's having huge and devastating impact. But, you know, there's beyond that is climate change. It is still the single most pressing issue of our time. So it was around how do we communicate that? And I think from an adaptation perspective, it's sort of what Neil was saying about positivity. Climate anxiety is a real thing. Climate change is really overwhelming and scary, and it's actually a lot easier to just put your head in the sand, because what can I do as an individual, or, you know, what can my one agency do, or my one venue, or so on. And the reality is, it's about how the adaptation was about communicating it as something that we can achieve if we're working together, you know, readapting sort of that value proposition, why you still want to focus on it. So it was a big learning curve, and having worked so hard for about 3 or 4 months on kind of one system, one way that it was going to work, we had to go through so many different what's the word I'm looking for? So reviews and planning and scenario planning, all that kind of stuff to work out how could we be viable, how could we survive the longest period of time without any events, so that when we come out of the other side, we're still here and still functioning and still supporting the industry.
It's definitely, especially asking for people's support during this period, which is difficult. I think climate change anxiety is a really interesting thing. I know, you know, you guys have done a brilliant job with addressing that, and I know Ken Kelling as well is another great example that tackles that head on. So it's definitely a thing, and I think, you know, events people, we're all very practical, aren't we? And I think that's what I really love about, you know, your organization. It gives people those practical, really insightful tips to take action, and you know, whether it's a small step or whether it's a large step. Great, thanks, Anna. And now if I could just bring in the inspiring Marlene. And Marlene, you know, you and I, about a month ago, wasn't it, by a really great close mutual friend of ours, Emma, who I think is watching today. And I have to say, what really struck me, you know, was your story is so true of so many industry colleagues. Sorry, there was a virtual gremlin in the works, but we're back live. So thanks to our brilliant tech crew behind the scenes. So bringing back in Marlene. So for those that missed, Marlene and I were introduced a month ago by an industry colleague who's a dear friend of ours. And Marlene, your honesty, your resilience is an inspiration to all of us. I was wondering if you could just touch on what the last 8 months has been like for you.
Thanks, Paul, and it's lovely to be on the panel today. I've thought about this question. I suppose one word for it is a roller coaster on many levels. Quickly going back, what happened towards the end of 2019. So decided to move on after 7.5 years of Director of Sales at Sotwell House in St Albans, to move on to what I found was my dream job, and started with them in December. And then obviously COVID hit in March, which put a massive spanner in the works, which I know for a lot of people has been the same. So probably a lot of things that I'm going to talk about is sort of resonating with other people that have gone through the same thing. A lot of uncertainty, leaving the hotel on that day when the country went into lockdown, not knowing when we were going to get back, whether we were going to have a job. It carried on for a considerable amount of time. Anxiety levels were really reaching a level that was very high, and not knowing if you had that job to go back to. Then furlough sort of helped. And then when lockdown was lifted, didn't go back to work, was kept at home. In June, there was a discussion, which I've actually since heard from a lot of people as well that were furloughed, that had to have a conversation about their contract, whether it was viable to keep them on. So it was asked to sign a new contract, to take a drop in wages, to have a job at the end of it. And then in August, was made redundant. And that was really something that I had to try and deal with in a positive way. The first couple of days weren't great because you feel your whole world is collapsing, having been in a job for the last 25 years. So it became about being positive, reinventing yourself, putting yourself out there, connecting to your network. LinkedIn has become more and more important to me. When I was working full time, I always felt that LinkedIn was something that I would look at now and again to see what people were up to. But that sort of network has really helped me to remain positive, reach out to my network, started to make appointments, and really picking myself up, and got some plates spinning, a variety of plates spinning in terms of what I could be doing moving forward.
I think that is an understatement, and I think shows again how humble you are. But to really talk on that, if we may. So, and I think this would provide a really interesting, alternative to what Anna and Neil were talking about. But I guess your side a bit, knowing about those plates that you're spinning, you've had to readapt and maybe return to some of the skills you did early on in your career. And I'm sure that readaptation must have been challenging and it's sometimes difficult to reconcile, right, with yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think I know what you're referring to, and I'm quite happy to share that with people, because I hope by talking about it openly, it gives other people food for thought and think, there are options. So started to talk to lots of people I know. A few options were put on the table, but as a true director of sales, nothing is ever guaranteed until that signed document is in front of you. So whilst that was happening, I just kept plates spinning, and people in my network would reach out. And one of them was a general manager of a local hotel, and he said, "Look, Marlene, I know you're at home, but if you want to engage with the industry, would you be happy to come and do some breakfast shifts at the hotel? I can't pay you a huge amount of money, but at least you're out of the house and doing something." So I did that for about 5 weeks. And then some plates kept spinning, so I decided maybe it's time not to do that and really start focusing on what I want to do moving forward. And also something that came on my path was hosting in a new rehabilitation retreat for young adults. between the age of 15 and 22, just to be around and help host to make sure that the environment was nice and calm, and where I could use my hospitality skills, I made someone a cup of coffee or reassuring them. So yeah, it's been a very, very interesting journey up until now.
Well, I have to say, absolutely amazing. And I know I keep saying it, but it's just so refreshing how honest and also the things that you've done are really brilliant, Marlene. Just to check out, guys, any questions, please send them through. Morning, Paula from Preston, Helena from Barcelona. Great to see you. Roberta from Stockholm. Please send through any questions into the chat or the questions box. Thanks so much. So moving a bit on to resilience, and Anna, if I could just return to you on this. So we talked about you having a period where you can adapt, with that delay of the launch back in March, but I'm sure that must have been tough personally, though, for you and your co-founder, Ben, to, have to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, it was. And I think in a similar way to what Marlene said, that because when everything just stops, I think in events we're so used to being go, go, go all the time. And working at quite high pressure and talking to people all day and working in teams and being very social, essentially, to that moment where everything just stopped. It was so difficult. And I think places like Delegate Wranglers provided great opportunities for people and all of the support. So I think in some ways it was horrible because I'd been working on this for so long, so hard to get this off the ground. But it just stopped, and I had to really reframe it in my own mind as an opportunity rather than, oh, this is all over, this isn't going to happen, this is never going to get off the ground, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? It had to be reframed as, okay, you know what, this is a pause. I never get this time in my life. You never get this time to really reflect on what you're doing because you are just constantly producing and pushing forward. And that's a really hard thing to do. People, when you talk about mental health, it's often about kind of like challenging your thoughts and reframing things being positive, but doing that is much, much harder in actuality than it looks like on paper. But once you do it, it is a reframing, and it does make it easier. So it was an opportunity to just step back, look at what we were doing, reassess, reframe, reconsider it. All the things that you want to do in sustainability, by the way. It's not rebit, reuse, recycle, etc. So yeah, it was tough, but it was an opportunity.
Sure, and I guess in a similar topic with resilience, but I guess collaboration, and we're all talking about it, is definitely, it's the biggest legacy, right, of COVID. That is going to be the good thing that comes out of this, and you've really epitomised that with Isla in terms of bringing some of our amazing UK event agencies all together to work alongside each other, to affect change. But obviously they all compete for business, so I'm sure that must have been challenging at times to get them all around the table. So how did you maintain resilience to ensure you kept progressing?
Good question. I think again it comes down to that piece that you just keep going and you just figure out your ways, and we're adaptable and agile a lot of the time in what we're doing, and we respond to crises very well, I think, as events professionals. But I'm just sort of framing the question in my head. I think prior to COVID, this was the first time when we were discussing this, the sustainability initiative before it was called Isla, and we were sitting down. There were at one point 18 agencies around the table, and it was recognised that that was the first time that competitors had come together to talk about collaboration in this way. And I think the reality is that we were incredibly lucky because pre-COVID sustainability was the single biggest issue that people were facing. And I think, it would be wrong not to acknowledge that had this been a slightly different subject area, I don't think we would have been able to achieve what we did. And it was the fact that people recognise that this is external to your business. This is something that touches our lives. It affects children, children and grandchildren, wherever you sit in that. It's affecting people close to home and far from home. And so it's a topic that actually it's a great leveler in many ways. But at the same time, it was a very different place for me. My background was as an event producer, and I freelanced for about 5 years before we started doing this. And so, my role was kind of going in and out of teams day to day. And sort of for the first time in my life, I was having to sit down and host major board meetings with MDs and CEOs of sort of like multi-million pound agencies. So it was a very steep and quick learning curve for me. And I think I had the fortune of people like you, Paul, and co-founder Ben, who was somebody great. And it was that connection and that network and that opportunity to fall back and discuss those challenges with people and take their learnings and their feedback and let them boost me up, but at the same time be able to kind of help shape the way I approach things and giving me advice and so on. So I think it was that connection that enabled me to kind of be quite resilient and thick-skinned as well, because it was very idealistic. What we wanted to achieve was a very, very idealistic thing. And I am an idealist. So kind of, if someone doesn't have that vision with you and can't see the same thing that you see, it can be really, really difficult. So having that connectivity and that human element, yeah.
Definitely. I think an interesting question from Yvonne on similar theme on that is that, a big part of it with the 12 initial founding partners, they've been on that journey right from the start, which has helped kind of get to where we are now, here in October. Yeah. So thanks, Yvonne. Thanks so much for that question. I hope we sort of covered that. And if I could just move back to Neil. So I guess often with delegate wranglers, people forget it's a family business, So with for you and Di, what have been the main areas that you have personally found challenging? And if you don't mind me asking, what has been that toughest moment during this?
Well, I mean, from a personal perspective, although we're fronting the group and, being this positive front for the group, we were going through everything as well. So we were, having to face the same challenges as everybody else in the group. So in addition to that, we had some really close family members, pass away and things during the summer. So it was a super, super tough time for us. And, we had to show up like every day on the Delegate Wranglers, to be there for everybody and try and provide, this platform for people to. One of the reasons we took the decision, as I mentioned earlier, about not having it as a discussion forum was so that we could keep it open for business. So what little business there was could be got. So that was really important to us. So, of course, some people didn't agree with that and wanted to use it as that chat forum. So that was, some of those points were bad because some people got, a bit aggressive with us and things, and we were going through all this ourselves in a really tough personal time. So, yeah, there was some tough times, but I do have to say, being lucky enough to be in that position to be able to help people was massively empowering for me. It's massively helpful for me in my head personally on my journey because I'm a big advocate. We work with Laura from Stress Matters. I'm a big advocate of mental health. And so it was really good for me personally to actually, use that opportunity we had to help people. So yeah, there were some tough times, Paul. And I suppose a tough time was 8 days before the 1st of October when we thought we were going to be starting the opportunity to get back, and then suddenly we got a kick in the teeth. That was quite a tough one to take.
I think that's a really important point as well that you bring. Laura from Stress Matters, Helen from Eventwell. They have done such great things for our events industry and supporting all our fellow colleagues and all of us. So a big shout out to them for everything that they do during this period. And I guess this is a slightly naughty question, and I hope you don't mind me asking it, but hindsight's a pointless thing most of the time, but for the benefit of our audience, is there anything that you may wish to do something slightly differently in retrospect, or is that just a stupid question?
Definitely, I wish I'd bought shares in Zoom. Pre-COVID. No, to be honest, we never used to have. There's a thing you can do on groups where you can have post approval. So whenever anybody submits a post, you have to approve it before it goes out. So we only turned that on during the first month of COVID. So I wish we'd perhaps done that a bit sooner. Then you don't get into the confrontational things on screen, if you like, and in the group you can kind of do them offline. Anybody who knows me, I don't like doing things in public. I just like talking. I'm a reasonable guy, and I just like talking to things offline. I don't like having these. Some people like arguing in public. I'm not one of those people. I like to keep the group professional and kind of upbeat. So, it was important to turn that on. So I probably wish we'd done that. It's like a tiny bit earlier. A lot of groups have that switched on anyway. A lot of groups like ours.
Sure.
So perhaps that.
Yeah. Thanks, Neil. And if I could move back to Marlene actually, and Joe Beams, Marlene says you're an absolute hero, which I completely concur with. So I guess, did you ever consider changing career paths in your heart, or like many of us, we're obsessed, aren't we, of working in hospitality events? We absolutely love it. But were there any moments, like I'm sure it's happened to many of us, where you think, is this the right industry to carry on in?
Yeah, I think initially I threw myself out there, literally, because you're overwhelmed. You just don't know where to go. So yes, the initial route I took was go online platforms, upload your CVs, etc., to talk to people. But it's a completely alien world for me to upload my CV onto a platform, to a job that I don't know a huge amount about. Yes, I think we have transferable skills. We all have them. And I was confident, I could be a sales director within a pharmaceutical company. But something wasn't sitting right for me with that, because I was born to love this industry. I've been in this industry since I was 16 years old. And I didn't want to step out of it. And then when you look and you listen to people, I think in the initial phase, because obviously I was lucky to be furloughed, but I know there were a lot of people that lost their jobs before COVID hit, because certain venues and hotels had to let staff go before. So I know that a huge amount of skill and a huge amount of people have already left our industry. And I think we're heading towards that end of furlough, and there'll be another wave. So who's going to be left in this industry with skills, connections, what we know about the industry, what we've done in the last 20, 25 years to build to where we are? So that gave me the motivation to say, no, I'm going to stay in the industry. I'm going to see what I can do, and took a leap of faith and thought, there are no guarantees in this world at the moment. So my husband, funny enough, is self-employed, which was one of the reasons why I decided not to go self-employed previously. We have a young family as well to look after, but there are no guarantees. So I took that leap of faith and thought I will go self-employed, and I'll see what I can do by talking to people. So the answer is I'm going to stay in the industry.
Oh, good for you, Marlene. That's what I think all of us are very pleased to hear that. And I think to Winnie's point, events profs at the best. Again, completely agree. So we've got 5 minutes just to sort of finish this. And I think, we've had a very interesting and important question from Laura Mason about the future. So, Neil, if I may quickly come to you, what are the 2-3 big content areas your community has really engaged with, and why do you think that is? And if we could keep that to about a minute, that would be great. Sure, yeah. So we can get to all the panelists.
Sure, yeah. Well, obviously, virtual platforms has been a huge thing and a huge skill that everybody's had to learn. I think not only like putting on your own events, but also learning how to be on them and, to use them all well and things like that. So, and then I think all the skills that are associated with that, the things, the great work that like Sammy does, we had her on the show, teaching us some amazing skills on, the things to put, really good content together and things like that. Marketing of those online events, all that kind of thing. How to, in the future as well, looking forward, hybrid events, how that's, I don't think they'll be called hybrid events. I think they'll just be in-person events with this aspect as well, because your reach is that much bigger. So all those general things like that. But just to go back, I think at the moment, to what you said earlier, there's no competitors at the moment. We're all allies. And I think we all need to help each other learn these skills and develop, and then get the business, get the industry through that. So that will be to the benefit of everybody, really.
That's so true. We are absolutely all allies during this. And if there's one or two members of your delegate wranglers that really stand out, is there anyone that comes to mind really quickly, Neil?
Yeah, some people have adapted really well, like Tobacco Doc. We were there, I was with you, Paul. We were there a few weeks ago. the way they've adapted. You know, some of the other venues we saw as well in and around London have done a really good job of adapting so that they can make themselves hybrid. There's other companies like Josh Angel, who used to be a pure logistics company, would move things around, really active on the group. Now Josh has started a company called Boxed, where he'll do fulfillment of delegate packs and things like that, and used his skills and adapted to it. So, you know, lots and lots of things. And look at like the meeting show, you know, they've adapted doing this, you know, doing a virtual show. So lots of things like that. Yeah.
Completely hats off to the meeting show for adapting so quickly for this. And Anna, obviously sustainability, green recovery, it's hugely influential. It's massive for London as a city, as how we sort of recover from COVID. So for our events, you know, partners who are a bit concerned about transitioning to reporting, you know, what key bits of advice will you offer them, you know, obviously with your expertise?
I think I'd say don't let it overwhelm you. There's so much to do and it can be really overwhelming. Start small, start somewhere. I think the thing that's important is as an organisation and for your clients or various stakeholders, look at what's important to them. What are they trying to achieve? And then set some goals and targets from there. And they don't have to be major ones. So they just have to be ones that you can manage. So you want to look at what you can control. What can you actually achieve? What can you actually do that will align your activities with those targets? And whether it is a tiny thing like banning plastic on site, that's not a tiny thing, but whether it's something like banning plastic on site and having a whole net zero carbon event, you know, but start somewhere and just keep doing it, keep plodding along, make it happen.
Great, thanks. And if anyone that hasn't seen the website, do check it out, because like I say, it's a really, really great platform for our events industry looking ahead. And Marlene, I'd love you to have the last word with this. You know, as the hotel expert in the industry, you know, you've seen businesses do live events at different properties. And for our industry, for people listening in, what convinces you that, you know, corporates, there absolutely be a big appetite, you know, to come back to live events when people feel safer to do so?
I think if we all look at our personal journey, we've been at home, we've been, you know, the word work-life balance comes up a lot, and I look at it and I think that the balance is almost tilted more towards life than work, even though we work at home. So I think there is a lot of people that are very eager to start meeting face to face again. And I think from a corporate organization, we obviously look in our industry, but when we look at other industries, they've gone through massive changes. They've lost people, people are in different roles, people are taking on more responsibility. So they almost have to start from scratch again to bring them back together. And the communication with their teams is going to be key. And I think that's where the positive for us is as an industry, but at the same time, those corporates are also going to be looking for venues that have shown innovation, that are bringing something to the market that is ready to go and that is in line with being safe. Yeah, it will come back, but we've got to be ready for it at the same time.
Yeah, totally. Thanks so much, Marlene. So I think that brings us up to 10:30, which is in danger of being in time, so Sam doesn't come round and do us in. So thank you, a huge thank you to the panelists. It's been, you know, so I'm very grateful for you. You know, Anna, your journey, you and Ben are on, it's fantastic. I'm really excited to see this. To Marlene, thank you so much for sharing your story, and we wish you every success. And Neil, to you and Di, thank you for everything you're doing to support the events industry, helping us all upskill. It's been massive. So huge thanks. Thank you for everyone for joining in. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Liz. Thanks, Yvonne. Love your comments. Thank you very much for allowing me to moderate. Back to you, Sam, in the other studio.
Thank you, Paul. That truly was an inspirational kickstart of day 3. Thank you to Marlene, to Neil, and to Anna as well, from all of us at the meeting show. Well, can we top that session? I hope we can. Head over in about 20 minutes to the next part of our educational program. We have a stellar session with the wonderful John Martinez. We're going to be talking about work-life balance or work-life harmony. So you won't want to miss that. We've got a ton of other education, plus our virtual happy hour, at the end of today after our incredible keynote. So that's it from me. I will see you at the next part of the education programme. Take care.
Hi Diane, could you start by telling us a little bit about ICA?
Yeah, so ICA is the International Congress and Convention Association, and it's a global organisation, and I'm chair of ICA UK and Ireland chapter.
Thank you. And things have understandably been quite difficult this year for the industry. What's ICA been doing to support its members through these challenging times?
Yes, well, obviously, as UK and Ireland chapter, we represent most of the major conference and exhibition venues around the UK and Ireland, and also convention bureaus as well. And like all parts of the industry, has been very heavily impacted. A lot of them have been Nightingale hospitals, etc. So really what we've tried to focus on is keeping people connected. And I think, you know, particularly at the beginning, a lot of people felt on their own, that they were going through situations with clients, renegotiations, force majeuring things, all of these are things that hadn't really come up very much within the industry before. So I think just giving that support of being able to share with colleagues and in other venues and other destinations that actually everybody's going through the same thing, and to share how it's being dealt with. So best practice, really. And I think that that has helped to give confidence, but also when you're having a really black day, you're not alone, that there's other people that are going through this too.
Yeah, thanks. And do you think that is that why it's so important? I mean, what is the importance of bringing everyone together as a community at this time? Why is it so important?
I think it is that human. I think all of us within this industry, we're people, and we do it because we're sociable, and we like to network. We like to chat with other people, and so very quickly we established coffee and chat sessions on Wednesday morning, just a drop-in session. Anybody could join, so anybody from any of the partners within the chapter. And you know, it could be everything from talking about work-related things to talking about, you know, how difficult it is not to be able to get a haircut, so or, you know, a new dog or whatever. You just very much that sort of personable contact. And sometimes we'd have 20 people on the call, sometimes we have 5 people on the call. Obviously, it depends on schedule. But I think everybody, and particularly those who've been furloughed from their jobs, but who have still been able to join in these calls, it's helped to make them still feel part of this industry and to still know what's going on, and so they don't feel quite so isolated. And I think that's a really important factor, because isolation is, and the loneliness caused by isolation obviously has a massive impact on people's mental health and well-being too. So I think just these weekly drop-in sessions, you know, members have said how much they've appreciated just being able to drop in, you know, for 20 minutes, half an hour, bring your own coffee, and just have some downtime. And even those who haven't been furloughed but who have had very challenging time working, actually, again, it's just downtime, just to talk with industry colleagues who you're not able to get with face to face, and just sort of a bit of a, okay, now I can go back on and deal with whatever I've got to deal with. Yeah,
they sound very valuable, and it's nice to give a chance to bring everyone in the industry together, because that's so important, isn't it, like you say. And turning back to the meeting show, what are you and some of your colleagues at ICA looking forward to most about the meeting show?
Well, I think that the opportunity to speak with both existing clients and potential clients, obviously through the virtual forum this time, but again, to have face-to-face interaction with people, and just to remind everybody, hey, we're still here, we're still looking forward to the future, because obviously we're all trying to look ahead to, you know, 1, 2, 3 years time further down the road of how we can all work together again when things go back to more of a semblance of normality. So I'm very much hoping that Meeting Show will give our members that platform to be able to have those sorts of forward-thinking conversations with clients.
Yes, let's hope so. Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Enjoy the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands, united in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen right here in the heart of England.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meeting show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much-needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. to taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes, to get swept up and explore, to connect with something other than Wi-Fi, and reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
The day before the lockdown, I had a full calendar, and by a day after the lockdown, I had an empty calendar. My business, like all businesses in the hospitality, travel, tourism, meeting and event space, went from what was gonna be a banner year to full pause. So I am on the great pause now. And I looked at that first with shock and awe, total, not so much disbelief, but here is this once in a century kind of event. And while I feel quite comfortable in my skin and in my business, this was something that was unimaginable. And I quite literally spent the first 3 days just kind of wondering, what has hit me? This tsunami of uncertainty. And by either the third or the fourth day, I realized that what I needed to do was take as much control of the situation as was humanly possible. And I started calling and emailing my colleagues, and not to say, help me, not to say, give me business and try and promote myself, but rather to have an empathetic conversation, because I knew my colleagues were in exactly the same situation. And I feel quite proud that I went from a place of shock and awe and disbelief, watching my business portfolio evaporate, going from what was a first quarter record year, fantastic year on tap, to nothing, basically. And now I've dedicated myself and my resources, my network, my activities to being a volunteer leader. There are so many things that we in this industry during this time of a great pause can do to remain active, relevant, and engaged. And that's just one. All the free training that's out there. I took a Yale class, a free Yale class online. The Harvard Business School is offering free classes. Community colleges are offering free classes. I have to say, I've been taken back a few times talking with people that I perceived as very engaged event professionals at different stratas of their careers, whether they are newly minted or involved for decades, who have said to me, I'm bored. I have nothing to do. I'm not sure. I've been defined by my professional career, and now it's evaporated, and I sit around and I don't know what to do. And I try and coach them. Don't be bored. Activate yourself. You can go on your computer and find classes to take, training to take. I mean, PCMA's got the I believe it's Digital Event Strategist program. Now that comes at a cost, but there's scholarships available. MPI's got classes, Destinations International, ASAE's annual meeting is taking place right now virtually. There are activities that people should be engaged with, and I wholeheartedly dove into that.
I feel like you can be on a webinar every minute of the day. We offer them, and we're, there's also all kinds of digital meetings happening. We're providing hosted buyer events. That's free to the buyers. Yeah, there's so much. So like where does somebody start? What kind of courses are you taking?
I've been doing a few things. So I was a language and literature major in college, of all things, got me perfectly prepared for the event industry. But being multilingual, I've been honing up on my language skills. So I've been taking German language classes online. I'm fluent in German, but you can always continually learn. So I've been doing that. I've been taking video interview classes. What I'm about to say is key to mastering the pandemic. Life is about continuous learning. And wherever you are in your career, whether you're new or long time, you must continue to learn. So me, I mean, I've been around a long time, but I have to continue to take classes to learn about virtual events, all these skills. And I'm always looking. I do some fun things as well. You know, it's not just the professional activities that we should be doing. You have to take care of yourself personally to be empathetic to yourself.
Right. And I think in terms of the, virtual meeting platforms and how to plan a virtual meeting, it's very different than a live meeting. And people who don't have that skill, like now is the time to get that skill.
Absolutely.
Do you expect that that even when live meetings return to whatever extent that will be hybrid or omni-platform is a term I've been.
I think omni-platform will be the new reality. You know, I'll be brutal. Shame on anybody that's not taking advantage of this during the great pause. If you're still sitting at home in shock and awe, shake yourself up and log in and take advantage of this, because if you don't, you're going to get left behind. And if you're willing to get left behind and have a new career and that's okay with you, fine. But don't expect that there's going to be a light switch that gets pushed and everything goes back to pre-COVID normalcy. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, yeah. I agree. And I think, those people who are used to doing their meeting the same way, and their technology is an Excel spreadsheet, and
it's over.
And then
it's over for me. You know, I had this portfolio of advisory boards and think tanks for the year laid out, 30 of them or whatever. And the idea that I could possibly imagine going back to my clients and saying, okay, the vaccine's there and we can get together with 30 people in wherever and we're just going to do what we had planned, people would look at me like I was a lunatic. It just can't be that way. This crisis has transformed the way we do business as a live event industry, as global business people, and as humans. And if anybody thinks that it can just be the same, they're kidding themselves. So train yourself, challenge yourself, find the assets, log in and dig in.
Joined our sessions this morning. Welcome back. If this is your first session of the meeting show today, well, it's great to see you. Do let us know in the chat where you're joining us from, how you're doing, and how much you are enjoying the meeting show. We have an incredible day for you. Please make sure that if you've missed any of our education, that you go back and check the on-demand and watch it at your leisure. Don't forget to send us feedback, and most importantly, don't forget to go and see our incredible exhibitors. If you've got appointments, make sure you meet them. But also, if you haven't got appointments, go and network with some incredible exhibition and amazing suppliers to our wonderful industry. Right, next up, leadership. Is it work-life balance or is it work-life harmony? It's a question I'm sure on all of your minds. And we have the best person in the world, I'm sure, to share his expertise and to help us all out on this incredible topic, something that we as Eventpros aren't particularly good at. It's a pleasure to be introducing my very, very good friend. I miss hugging him at the meeting show incredibly. So please give him a big, warm, virtual welcome. It's CEO of ShopLogic. It's John Martinez. Over to you.
Thank you, Sammy. And I miss hugging you too. Thank you very much. It's very, very, very generous of you. So my name is John Martinez. I'm the CEO and founder at an events technology company in London called ShopLogic. And I am a self-defined, aspiring, compassionate leader. And at ShopLogic, we're very, very passionate about simplifying the life of event organizers. And we tend to do this through technology and through software. So I'm going to I'm going to start by talking to you guys about a little bit about who we are as a company and about me. So can you put a little bit of context into everything that we're saying? So we're a team of about 60 plus, spread around the world. So I'm going to share with you today some of the things that we do internally and how do we see leadership. And so I'm very lucky. I'm one of these people that really, works with a wonderful team of people. I absolutely adore my team, and we really gel together. They've been with me for a long time. We've been working together for a long time. The guy here on the left and on the slide is my son. So I also have that joy. I work with him every day, and so that's maybe the best thing about my job. We have a very strong culture, and then this is going to be important for the rest of the presentation. And our values are really important to us, and they're really important for us. So we believe in something that we call 360 degrees of care, and the key word here is people first. Is that we're a person-centered company. We believe that we need to take care of our team first. That's quite different to what you hear from most companies out there who are customer focused, and we think that the team, without the team, there's nothing else. So together with our partners and suppliers, we try to produce the best support and services for our customers. We believe in something that's called Pareto's law, and the key word here is effectiveness. We're constantly pursuing this goal of finding that 20% of the things that we need to be doing that will yield 80% of results. If you don't know what Pareto's law is, Google it, and I think you will understand what I'm talking about. All of these values are aspirational. All of these things that we want to become, we want to be in our lives, and we want to continue to be. So it's a constant pursuit. I don't think we will ever reach it completely. It's like being a good dad, one day I will not stop being a good, now I am a good dad, so I can stop, and now I can be a bad dad. Another value is be kind and necessary, because everyone that we come across is fighting some battle. So the key word here, the keywords are empathy and compassion, and how do we connect in that sense with our team, our customers, et cetera, our partners and our suppliers. We believe that it's a win-win or no deal. We want to, the keyword here is integrity, and as we by doing business in integrity, we want to be able to be respectful of others and be respectful of ourselves. So we will not take advantage of anybody, and we will not allow anybody to take advantage of us. That's basically it. So we want relationship to be an even kill. These four words are our moral compass. We want to live, we want to do business, we want to be in the market with integrity, and we also want to. We know that there's something that we can do about it. So we have responsibility and ownership. Then we know there's a space of abundance. So we want to live with generosity and be able to put more out there than we take out. And then be able to understand that where others staying, so we can put ourselves in other shoes and have the empathy and compassion to understand others. We believe in something called don't make me think. And don't make me think means I don't want to make you think. I don't want to make your customers think, meaning I'm asking for my colleagues not to make me think. I don't want to make them think. What does that mean? It means that we want everything to be intuitive. We want everything to be to be understood, that you just get it, right? That when you see it, every screen, every email, every communication, every screenshot, every form, every website, you just get it. It's just intuitive. So that is what we're pursuing. So with about 60 plus people spread all over the world, absolutely wonderfully diverse, a gorgeous kaleidoscope of ethnicities and accents and skin tones and wonderfulness. So it's I don't know any more diverse group. And then we're spread all over the world. We have people in Asia, we have people in Latin America, in North America, and then of course all over Europe. So that is so we created a number of products and services for event organizers, and we've been working for the last 7 years with our customer, helping them. Before COVID, we called it making the transition to hybrid or to digital. But then, of course, with COVID, these things that took 2 years in a process, now it takes 3 months, and now it takes 2 months. So we have a number of solutions and products for event organizers. But that's not the base thing. What I wanted to is create a framework on how do we function as a company. So what I say to you now start to make sense. What are we? So events are among the top 5 most stressful jobs out there, right? So I've been in the events industry for about 30 years. In my previous life, I was a quantum physicist. So this is scientific brain going on with me. So what do we do, right? What's going on with us? So if we are in such a stressful situation, work-life balance, right? This is something that is constantly nagging at us. And we wonder if we love so much what we do, is it work-life balance or work-life harmony? And I do have a beef with the term work-life balance, because I think it allows employers like me to get away with murder, to get away with asking our teams to separate the person from the professional. And I was never able to do that. So I don't know how anybody else is going to do that. And work-life balance, because of the term, it seems to be, according to Forbes, there's one more thing that we're failing at, right? It tells us to separate life from work. But actually, I love what I do. So why do I have to have that kind of conflict? And I realize that I'm a whole thing. I'm not only a professional, I'm also a person. So my body, mind, and spirit are really, really vital for me. So the question becomes, how will that affect things? So the work-life balance at the end of the line starts to become a hindrance as a term. So one of the things that we find the most is that is the 2 words that we hear the most are anxiety and stress, right? So how does this 2 words affect everything that we do, and how do they? What is the impact that they have on us? The most successful course in Harvard is called Happiness 101. And it's taught by a guy called Tal Ben-Shahar. And what Tal says is that if you take difficulty and you put it in a vertical axis, and you take skill level and you put it in the horizontal axis, and then you try to plot what we do based on the things that we do regarding difficulty and skill, it will zigzag a lot because we the difficulty on the skill set is going to move the needle in different directions. So what he says is that if we draw 2 diagonal lines and we plotted this, he says that the top side of these lines in this quadrant, we tend to call that anxiety. And he says that in the bottom side, we tend to call that boredom. And we're constantly fluctuating from anxiety to boredom. He also says that the middle bit is what we call flow. So this, as we navigate our lives in what we do professionally, we tend to go from anxiety to flow to boredom and so forth. But of course, anxiety is it's not good for us, right? That's stress. And boredom is not good for us. So the kind of words that we tend to use in our internal dialogues, and this bit, guys, is really, really important. Internal dialogue, the things that we say to ourselves. How do we treat ourselves internally? So what happens there is that we tend to say words like, I'm overwhelmed, I'm stressed, it's too hard, it's too much. And on the other side, I'm not feeling challenged. I'm not feeling it's too easy. I'm not growing. It's very repetitive. Those are the words that we use. And sometimes I had to talk to some of my colleagues, and they came to me expressing these things. In a 3-month break, in a 3-month space, they would come to me saying, I'm feeling anxious and I'm feeling bored. Wow. So where is our resilience? That is, and what we want is to be able to change that language, right? Is that one of our values is growth and comfort do not coexist. Growth and comfort do not coexist. Another value is we're only learning and growing when we step out of our comfort zone. So stepping out of our comfort zone is something which is good for us. Of course, not too far, because it creates anxiety. So what we want to do is that we want to be leaning to the left line of flow, to the top line of flow. We want to be leaning towards this comfort, and that leaning towards the comfort is going to help us grow, because we can see that as learning, as new experiences. And then when we're in the lower part of the quadrant, then we can be talking about comfort, about integration, about rest, about catching our breath. So when instead of going through stress and anxiety, bored and impatient, and stress and anxious, bored and impatient, and so forth, as we move in our professional life, it would be growth and change, integrate and rest. Growth and change, integrate and rest. And so what's going on? What is all this thing happening? Why are we feeling this anxiety? Why are we feeling this stress, et cetera, et cetera? And then, so let's look a bit into the neuroscience in all of this, right? We have the same brain. There's no two different models of brain. So we have the same elements, we use it differently. And so this is going to be really important for later. The bits which are in our brain, and the fact that we have something called our sympathetic system, our parasympathetic system. Our sympathetic system is a system that kept us alive until now, right? It's a system that actually tells us we are in danger. And there's another one called the parasympathetic system. Parasympathetic system is the one that says you're safe, you're calm. So we have 3 responses for stress and anxiety. We fight, flight, or freeze, right? And we are in a constant process of doing this as we get challenged. We get challenged in every single way, right? And we've been giving this brain, we're giving all this physiology, all this body of ours behave in a certain way that we can avoid it because it was kept us safe until now. But they're not tigers anymore, or lions, or bears, right? So fight or flight doesn't really work anymore, because now we're taking the stress situation to the work environment. So when somebody accuses you of gossiping, so either you fight, you say something back, you flight, you leave, or you freeze. So you pretend that nothing is happening. And there's a set of emotions that are happening with that, right? For fight is anger, for flight is denial, and for freeze is that we shut down. And these things are happening for real inside of our heads. So if we look at our brains, we have something called the limbic brain, right? The limbic brain is where our emotions happen. It's 150 million years old. It's our reptilian brain. It's the first brain that we developed as we grew. Fight, fire, freeze, or freeze is the automatic behaviors and reactions are coming from there. Then we have the brainstem, which is even older than that, which is 400 million years old, and is where our autonomic system is working. So things like blinking, breathing, heartbeat, sweating, they're coming all from there. Swallowing, they're coming from that part of our brain. And then we have our neocortex, which is our new brain. Is where the high order thinking is, where all the learning, speech, etc., calculations, facts, they're all sitting here in our front. And then we have two elements. One is called the hippocampus, which it keeps our short-term and long-term memory. And then the amygdala. This is a really, really important gland called the amygdala, which is going to be triggered when we are under stress. And then something that happens is that the amygdala will throw a neuroreceptor called cortisol into our frontal brain, into our frontal lobe. And the purpose of this is to stop us from thinking. You know, how many times have you reacted and then you think, I wasn't thinking? And all of this happens based on our heart rate, how our body is behaving. Right now, I'm talking really quick. I'm looking at the clock. I'm thinking about, I want to be able to make this on time. I don't want to be late. I'm talking to a group of people. I'm nervous, right? So my body is reacting like that. I'm under stress. My breathing is short. I'm not breathing enough, but I can actually, if I breathe a little bit, the oxygen, deep breath, long out, deep in. It's going to tell my parasympathetic system that I'm safe, I'm okay, nothing is going to happen to me. So my physiology really controls my emotions. So and now I'm feeling less anxious. I'm feeling more calm. I feel my fingers are tingling when I did that. And that emotion is going to generate a feeling. Emotions and feelings are not the same. Emotions, there's energy in motion, right? They're about 6 or 8, depending on the school of thought that you look at. And then that's going to generate the feeling. The feeling can be, oh, I'm sad, or I'm happy, I'm sad, I feel overwhelmed, etc., etc. That feeling is going to generate the thought. Oh my God, what do I do now? I have to run, and that thought is going to generate the behavior. But all we see is the tip of the iceberg. We're not paying attention to the bottom, what's happening here at the bottom, right? And these are the basic emotions, and these are the feelings, depending on what school of thought you talk to. But these slides are going to be here. If you write to me, john@shocklogic.com, or you contact me on LinkedIn, I'll send you all of this, all of the slides. So physiology controls everything, guys. So it's our bodies that is controlling everything. So if we slow down, if we're able to control our heart rate, basically our heart rate and our breathing really goes in relationship with the heart rate. A lot, we can control a lot. We can really, really decide. We can actually hack the system. We're not a victim of this. And one of the ways to do this that we apply here at ShockLogic is mindfulness. And I'm going to go through some of the stuff that we do. So what is mindfulness? Is paying attention to the present moment on purpose and non-judgmentally. That's what mindfulness is. And one of the things that we try to do, because we realize that it's so important, because my team is dealing with customers, with ourselves, with our partners and suppliers, is to make sure that you put it into the processes. So because it totally makes sense of taking care of our people. It makes business sense to take care of our people. And there's a few things we do that I'm going to share that with you later on. And we think about leadership as a way of living. We don't think about leadership as leading people or managing people. It's not the same thing to manage than to lead, right? And only through that kind of leadership and living and doing like that, you can look at innovation as an attitude. Innovation as a place of curiosity. So innovation is a safe space where people will make questions, where people take chances, people will be creative. It's the only way that you bring creativity. And all of this is related to behavior, guys. And we aim to that people will want to come to work. That's what we aim. That's what we want to create. We want to create space where people will want to come up and they're supportive. And for that, we need to understand that we're a complex being, and we have a body, a mind, and a spirit, and we cannot leave it outside. So for us, mindfulness is paying attention on purpose to the present moment, non-judgmentally. So mindful awareness. We practice breathing exercises. This is one example. You can, you can look at this, and there's a number of others examples that you can follow. But this will help you slow down. And what we want every member of the team to achieve is a place of equanimity. Is that you're able to have mental calmness, composure, and evenness of temper, even in difficult situations, especially in difficult situations. So we try to give the team as many tools as we can. Something that I want to share with you is that we really base what we do and the way that we communicate on something called Start With Why. This is a book from Simon Sinek. I recommend that you take a look at it. It has one of the most viewed TED Talks. Also, there is a lot of work done by a woman called Brené Brown. She talks about vulnerability and about shame. It could be really, really important. This is going to be really important in this work-life harmony concept, and how we numb ourselves in order not to face things, and how much that the impact that it have on us. So our capacity to be vulnerable is going to build trust. That trust is going to build relationships, and those relationships are going to build a successful business. We believe that running a business is like a game, and we try to apply into that gaming theory, right? And then infinite and finite games. Infinite games are finite games are all the games that we know, right? Are two teams, one against each other. There's a winner, there's a loser. Infinite games, they're more in the realm of board games and online games, but infinite games and have a total different way, because with infinite games you need to cooperate. So you come from a place of abundance rather than a place of scarcity. So cooperation is vital. So the game is to stay in the game. It's not to win. Winning is staying in the game. That's what business is. That's what education is, what life is us being able to continue to be in that space. So the results only happen when we meet our challenges with responsibility, the ability to respond. How do we respond to things? So let me share with you a few tips and strategies that we apply at ShockLogic. So one of them is that we have embedded mindfulness into the fiber of the company, into the operations. So we meditate once a week all together. So we do mindfulness breathing exercises all together, and this is part of the agenda of a weekly scrum. We have a dedicated counselor coach that sees everyone in the team. I realize that I can't do that, and most of us can't. We do something called weekly scrums, and within the weekly scrum, we do the 10 minutes mindfulness breathing exercise. So we also do daily check-ins, and each team does a daily check-in, and we do about a 3-minute mindfulness breathing exercise there. And during this check-in, we look at priorities: must do, should do, could do. We have the general scrum, the team scrum. This is very structured. We have documents for this. If you want, I can share all of this with you. I can share our scrum notes, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a problem. So general scrum happens once a week. Team scrums happens once a week, but we have a check-in every day. During those general scrum, there's a few things that we do. We do a recognition exercise. So it's part of the process to say, who would you like to recognize from the team and why? We also do elevator pitches, which means that 3 individuals are going to be selected from the group. There's a rota, so they know that they have to do this, and they have to present themselves. They have to do their elevator pitch and start with why, like the Simon Sinek message that I said to you before. And then one member of the team is going to have to explain a value and choose one of our values and explain what it means to him or to her. You see, something magical happens when we explain our values, is that we need to go in and we need to go into all vulnerabilities. We cannot talk about our values without making ourselves vulnerable. And Brené Brown says that the only moment that we truly connect is when we make ourselves vulnerable. So I'm here talking to you. I'm talking about the things that I believe in. So I'm making myself vulnerable. I'm putting myself out there, right? And that is something that we want to be able to exercise at ShockLogic. This is a muscle that we want to be able to keep on moving forward. So if I can summarize what we said. So anxiety and stress are the 2 biggest things that we hear. Anxiety and stress are produced by a number of things. One of them has to do with how we see our work. All right. So we got anxiety at the top. We got boredom at the bottom. So all of this have to do with internal dialogue that we have. So if we look at the neuroscience of all of this, we can see that anxiety and is created by how our limbic brain perceives a situation. So that perception situation is going to throw some cortisol to our frontal lobe. It doesn't let us think. So we want to soften that out. So how do we do that? We become present, and we realize that we can hack the system. Our physiology can change everything else. We do that through mindfulness. And then we look through mindfulness and at the picture of the company. We look at leadership as a way of living and innovation as an attitude. So I want to be surrounded by leaders, and I want every single member of my team to be a leader. And then we take a number of concepts and we embed them into the DNA of the company. We embed it into the processes that has to be repeated every day. It's not like a diet. It's not a fad. It's not going to change as soon as we have some stressful going on. This is part of the process that we do every day. And then we follow that to make sure that we create an environment where work and life can be in harmony, and rather than to be in balance or disbalance. Thank you very much. So we should have a Q&A, and there would be questions being asked on the Skype chat. Let me look into that. We are a few minutes early. Sam said that she would shout at me if I was too late. So I'm afraid of Sammy. So that's something that you don't do, is that you don't mess with her. She's lovely and beautiful, but fierce. Like every, to be honest, most of the women in my life. And we're in an industry where we are the men, we are the vast minority. So yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, whatever you say, ma'am. Just to, yeah. How do you align your own values and purposes and aspirations to your organization? That's one question. Okay. I think that this kind of decisions, this kind of thing can come in both directions. It can be top down or can be bottom up, right? Top down means that it comes from the CEO as an idea. On bottom up is that members of the team make it sift through. I meditate myself, so I think that maybe it's a lot easier for me to come to these conclusions and to bring this, because the values of the company are very much in line with my own values. It's the way that I want to live and the way that I want to create the environment that I want to create around me. And also they're based on my own experiences as a professional and as a person. I always found it very strange that in most of the jobs that I worked, they expected me, to leave the person outside. So that's been a bit difficult. Yeah, so as manager, how do we bring out the best of people? Is a question. I think that people are amazing. I think that we, what we can do is just incredible. I think that we don't know our potential, our true potential, and sometimes we hold ourselves back, or constantly hold ourselves back, or allow people to hold us back. And I like to listen a lot to the team. I like to create an environment where the best of people can come out. I really believe in ownership. I think that compassion and empathy without ownership and responsibility doesn't work. I think that it has to be responsibility and ownership. Do you think that many companies will take this approach post-COVID when we're all back in the office? And thank you, Monse. I'm hoping that we will understand that this harmony is necessary. This weaving into the situation is going to be absolutely vital for us to, to achieve the things that we need to achieve. And in this COVID, during COVID and post-COVID world, I think it's going to be even more important. I think that we're really learning how to work from home. It's going to take a while until this comes to everybody. At ShockLogic, we were very lucky. We've been Zooming for 4 years, so we really have built the protocols and the etiquette that communication needs to work remotely. So how do we set up appointments in the calendar? What kind of nomenclature we do? We have multiple Zoom accounts. How do we use these Zoom accounts? How do we put this in the calendar to make sure that somebody else doesn't use the same account? Those kind of things. We've been doing it for about 4 years. So when COVID hit us, we were in really good shape, and we have been able to fare quite well through the process. But it's more the ethos and how to keep the team together, how to keep people motivated when we're remote. And I think that when you embed it into the DNA of the company, then you have a much better chance. You have a much better opportunity to be able to go through this, because it doesn't depend on somebody remembering or not, but it's part of what you do, and repetition brings this. I mean, we've been doing this for the last 4 years solidly. We've been also meditating. I mean, I've been meditating for 12 years, but only 4 years ago, I had the courage to bring it into the company because I was afraid of people rolling their eyes. You know, I'm as susceptible to criticism as anybody else. And I don't want, I don't want to appear hippie. You know, I'm a CEO, I'm a businessman. What do you mean I'm hippie? Hippie is flaky, right? So I didn't want to be that. My ignorance. And then I brought it to the team, and I realized there was a thirst for this. There was a hunger for this connection. And there was a hunger for the word empathy and compassion to be used on a daily basis. There were kindness. It was incredible when I started to bring it out, that I was getting more smiles and nods rather than and eye rolling, which I thought it was what I was going to get. So how you deal with employees who struggle with mental health? Yeah. We really pay attention to that. We pay a huge amount of attention to that because of how stressful our jobs are. So we brought a counselor coach that happens to be a psychotherapist, who is a fixed member of the team. So everybody gets to see. In this case, in this part of the world, it's a him, and then in the America side, it's a her, and everybody has coaching opportunities, has opportunity to talk to the counselor without me knowing, and they can choose what will come. What are those things that this person is saying that should come to the management, right? It should be repeated to the management, or maybe it should be repeated to the management as anonymous. But they have this place where they can come and deal with it. I realized that I couldn't be both things. I couldn't be all of it. I couldn't be the person that creates the structure and the rules and the same person that was listening constantly to what they were saying. I didn't have the bandwidth, and I didn't have the education and the knowledge. I didn't know how to do it properly. So like we want our customers to do, I engaged a professional and we brought him inside. Do you have tips for leaders to motivate their teams while working remotely? Yeah, stay in contact, okay? Don't allow the distance, the physical distance, to not stay in contact. It's amazing how far communication can take you. It is just incredible how far communication can take you. And if you inform your teams of what's going on, we're very transparent. The only thing that people don't know are each other's salaries, but they know exactly how much we make. They know my salary. Everybody knows my salary. It's very clear. My salary is very clear. Each other's salary is not. I don't have a great salary, and we reinvest everything into the company. That's my choice. That's the way I decide to run the company, period. And we will take care of our people. No excuses, no ifs, no buts, no apologies given. We will take care of our people. And we really ride the wave with them whenever they are facing mental health. We really pay attention to it, and we really understand, and there's a lot of empathy and compassion about it. And we are under stress, and we believe in ownership and responsibility. There's another question here that is, how can we implement wellness into work when we work so much, right? So you are the most important thing. This is what I say to the members of my team. Without you, nobody else is okay. If you are not okay, nobody is okay. So you need to be okay. And okay means eating well, drinking well, sleeping, taking care of your family, So it is vital for me as a CEO, it's vital that they are okay. And they are a bigger thing than their professional avatar, right? They are everything that surrounds them. So I want their families to be okay. I want them to be able to buy a flat. You know, we're in London, imagine. I want to be able to have the car that they want to have. So their financial needs are as big as their psychological and personal needs. So this has to work. So we need to put all that in place. And wellness is a word that I didn't know existed until about 8 months ago. I never used it before, but I realize now that we've been doing it for a long time. Because if the leadership has the belief and the understanding that the most important thing is the team, and the most important thing for a team to exist are the members of that team, and we take care of them, we take care of each one of the members of the team, we call it playing for your own team. And there's a team which is here, it's John Martinez. And this team is my partner, my son, right, first. And then there's another circle. As the CEO and the owner at ShockLogic, then of course the whole company is really, really important for me. But I think the same way for every single member of the team. They have to be okay themselves. And if they're not okay, they can't be okay for anybody else. So it's a bit both. It's that if the group is okay, the individuals will be okay. But the individuals have to be okay in order for the group to be okay. Well, I think that is that's it with the questions. Thank you very much. Summer asked me to stop at a minute 38, and now is at 37 and 50 seconds. So I gave her 10 seconds. Cheers. Thank you very much. And I think back to you, Summer.
An incredible session, John. Thank you so much for that. I am sure, like the rest of our incredible audience, I'm inspired by that. I started meditating daily about 6-7 weeks ago, and it's completely changing my life already. So thank you so much for those tips and tricks. Thanks for leaving your details so that we can ask any more questions and get that presentation from you. Right, guys, it's now time to head over to the wonderful Martin Vaness. He is talking techniques for interactive and hybrid meetings. Of course he is. So head over there and I will see you here where we've got a great session around virtual presentation for speakers, some great tips and tricks. That's later on. So stay tuned and we'll see you later.
Namaste.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
So hi Elena, can you tell us a bit about Newbury Racecourse, what kind of facilities you offer and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so Newbury Racecourse really is the perfect place for any events. I've been now with the racecourse for over 2 years, and I'm very proud to be working for a business really that's always evolving. So major development and really exciting changes since my day one, really. Since last year, we decided a relaunch project for our venue, not only as a racecourse, which is quite well known within the UK, but as a major conference and events facility. So it really consists of 4 large stands. We got a grandstand, a Berkshire stand, Hampshire stand, the owners and trainers, which is our latest addition that opened 2016 following a 50 million redevelopment for the whole site. And really our capacity goes from small events to very large ones. So we can do up to 1,000 delegates on site indoor. So what we can do really is anything. So from exhibition, trade shows, large conferences, large launches from an automotive retail perspective. We're very good at doing team buildings because we got 225 acres of land. And really we are kind of some unique features like daylight throughout all our rooms, natural air circulation as well. The buildings are all self-contained, so with terraces and access to gardens and kitchens and everything. Large parkings, which is free on site. We also have our own hotel, 36 bedroom, outside space, which is again brand new and very flexible because we are an independent racecourse, so it's nothing really that we can't do. And the very nice feature is the fact that we got our own train station and it connects directly 15 minutes to London Paddington.
Wow. So you can host lots of different types and sizes of events there.
That's correct. So really it could be, from, 50 people to up to 450, 500 dinners. So really, it's a very flexible type of venue. Our catering is also on site. So we got that flexibility to really create bespoke packages for our clients at all time.
Yeah, great. And do you have any new developments or changes that you're planning to tell visitors to the meeting show about?
Well, the first change really is finally we finished the refurbishment really at the end of 2019. We fully finished, and that came with the launch of our new Royal Box. Obviously, it's called Royal Box because Her Majesty and the Queen comes and uses when she comes on site. It's a very historical space with view right across the finishing line, perfect for small trainings and board meetings and small events. So we got not just new modern buildings on site, but very historical building as well. Of course, also we had to adapt with the new government guidelines and we are approved to good to go. So because of the large site, we set up a one-way system throughout. We got PPE on site and reviewed all our capacity with 2 meter social distancing in place as well. We're also launching the new hybrid event solution for webinar and webcasting with our partner supplier ITM. So yeah, we had to adapt. So we are very eager to spread the word really of what we can do even in a difficult situation like COVID-19 poses us.
Sure. And I bet you can't wait to be able to showcase all that work.
And talk about really to all our clients, existing or new, because yes, Newbury is well known as a racecourse, but once again, it's very much more than the racecourse and the hospitality that we do on race days. It's very much a large conference and event space, which really can give so much to any delegates coming on site.
Great. And so what then are your aims from exhibiting at the meeting show? What do you hope to get out from the show this year?
Well, I think, the first aim, as always, is to generate new business and meet new potential clients. But I think this year it's very special because never like before, event organizers and suppliers are coming together to affront a crisis like this, which is especially affecting our industry. So really the industry is to understand and sharing opinions and understand, my colleagues and the market experts' views going forward. And I think, I'm very grateful to the meeting show team that's worked very hard to create this virtual event to allow us interacting within each other and really to keep the event industry alive. So I really look forward to this new way in a way. So even though we're meeting everyone in front of a laptop, but it sounds quite exciting and something that can potentially relaunch the industry altogether.
Yeah. Thanks, Elena. I hope you have a really good show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. To taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes. To get swept up and explore. To connect with something other than Wi-Fi. And reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. I'm delighted to be chatting with Samantha Story. Due to uncertainties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, Samantha has recently branched out to focus on launching a meal prep and catering company, Moorish, with a future focus on launching into the events industry. Samantha has also been announced as one of this year's Tomorrow's Talent Programme winners. Samantha, welcome and thank you for talking to me today. So let's start with your journey into the events industry and where did it all begin for you?
So my initial interest for events started around about when I was 16. So I had a future plan. I was working towards going into veterinary science. That's what I always wanted to do. And then I got a Saturday job working in hospitality at a theme park, and I just fell in love with the diversity of each weekend working on different events and the logistics and organisation side. I just fell in love with it. So about a week before we were about to send off my application for university, I just went to my teacher. I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to change my mind and do something completely different to what I've been working towards. And I went to Lincoln University to do event management, and I never looked back. Best decision. And I got involved in so much while I was at university, and my love for the industry just really grew from there. I then went into PR after university, and again I was heavily involved in the event side there, and then went into my first agency, and that was just brilliant.
Oh, that sounds, well, very serendipitous, but yeah.
Yes. So it wasn't the plan, but my parents were very much like, are you sure this is what you want to do? And then after the first year at university, after I loved it, they were just like, okay, yeah, we're glad that you went and did this. So yeah.
And they can understand it then, and they can see how much joy it's bringing you. So obviously you're announced as one of the Tomorrow's Talent winners this year with the meeting show. What does it mean to you to be part of this programme?
Well, when some colleagues first mentioned that they wanted to nominate me for it, and here I had one of your previous winners also is a friend of mine from university, and he told me about the massive opportunity which it is for the platform to network, and which I think is brilliant. But what I really loved was the message behind it of trying to get young people into this industry, because it gives you opportunities that you won't get in any other sort of industry, and to be encouraging more young people. I think events bring so much to our communities and to business, and even if you're going into the family side of events, there's so much to gain from this industry, and I think I really like that message behind it of trying to get bring different opportunities to young people. So to be announced as a winner was just really, really amazing, and having come during this massive pandemic that we're going through, it was a little bit of sunshine we needed, and a very rainy day.
Absolutely. And just on that then, with the COVID-19 pandemic, of course it's affected the industry as a whole, but how has it affected you personally?
Well, it is it has massively changed kind of my outlook and my direction. I was working for a fantastic company, but unfortunately, due to a lot of our events was international based, so we felt the effects massively early on, and so I was unfortunately made redundant, being one of the first in, so I allow myself a weekend to be upset about that, but then it's kind of like, okay, we've got to get on with it. And I was applying for loads of different jobs, things that were outside of the industry that I really didn't, it wasn't what I wanted to do, and it made me reevaluate. I've been given a massive opportunity here. Instead of seeing it as, it's been a massive setback, I've been given an opportunity. I've been given the time, which we are often rushing through life and we don't have that. So I finally had the time to focus on something. I've always had a dream of being my own boss at one point, and I was able to sit down and go, okay, what am I really passionate about? And one of my other loves, other than pussycats, is I love cooking, and it's something I host dinner parties. I do cakes and catering for family and friends, and so I finally decided to put a business plan together and go into the catering side of events. And so in a few short weeks I'll be launching my business, which is Moorish, and that is a meal prep. So we'll be doing home cooked food, which freeze down and be able to sell those as a meal prep service. And also hopefully when the events industry comes back to life, getting inserted to events that way and providing catering for events, which is, so it's a really exciting time, and I've really tried to see the silver lining in what has been a tremendously hard and difficult time for a lot of people. And also I've been lucky enough to be offered a position as well for a charity, so going into the fundraising and event side on the charity sector. So I'm really looking forward to that kind of definitely a change for me, and so definitely a big change, but I'm really excited about it all.
Yeah, well, you've certainly turned something that's been a huge negative into what sounds like two massive positives. You're doing something that you love, and you've got a new role as well, so congratulations for that.
Thank you.
You've of course seen now the events industry, despite only being in it for a relatively short amount of time. You've seen it from lots of different angles and perspectives. Are there any particular areas of the events industry that you feel particularly passionate about, and how do you think you could influence those?
Well, as I said, the message behind Tomorrow's Talent is about getting young people involved in the industry, and I think it's very much an industry where experience speaks for itself. And don't get me wrong, it was great for me to go and get a degree in events management, but unless I had done work alongside my degree, like I did do and volunteering, I wasn't getting a look in the door. And I think it would be, for me, being able to help young people, and definitely with the business that I'm setting up, my future goals would be able to offer apprenticeships and take people on to kind of get into this side, the catering side of events, is something that I think I'm really passionate about, and helping young people to reach their potential and get that practical experience. I think that's something that sometimes people miss, is they get as much education as possible, but they don't have any of that experience, and that would be something I'd want to bring to the industry.
Brilliant. Well, experience is key, and I think within the recovery for the industry, schemes, apprenticeships, internships, and attracting fresh talent to the industry is going to be vital for its recovery.
Definitely.
So then my last question to you, and hopefully a fun one, is if you could work on any event, your dream event, what would it be?
Dream event. Well, I think having got this new role in working in the charity sector, I think doing a big charity ball, getting as many celebrities and philanthropists and people that the charity is actually supporting all in one room for a night of entertainment, raising and for it to dramatically raise a lot of money for the charity. That would be something that I think would bring a lot of excitement, and it's that sense of accomplishment at the end of it as well, which is just that one step up from just putting on a successful event. You've actually created some good behind it as well. So I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to being a part of. But yeah, that would be something I'd really like to do.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Well, let's hope that people can start gathering in big groups again soon. It seems like a long way off.
Yes, but it will come back, and the industry will revive. So I just hope that all the good ones are still left through this after this.
Yeah. I completely agree with you. Well, it's been wonderful talking to you today. Thank you for your time. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Moorish develops in the future, and also good luck in your new role that you're starting soon. So
yes, thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks, Samantha.
Bye.
Hi, I'm here with David Young, the Director of Strategic Partnerships for MPI and the founder of the Venue Tech Collective. David, thanks for joining me. I was just wondering, can you tell me a bit about what MPI is up to at the moment?
This is my first year on the board of MPI. Like all associations across the UK marketplace, we're under the guidance of direction of COVID-19, and never before in my life have I seen all the associations work closer together. I think it's been a positive that's come out of COVID-19, and it's great to be on the board in a voluntary position, supporting the industry and giving something back for an industry that I've been around with for 20 odd years.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I think what's also interesting from an MPI perspective is MPI is one of the few global associations out there. Obviously, there's a lot of UK-based industry associations, which I think obviously all follow a different vertical, but all have their own unique offering and give back to the industry. I think from an MPI perspective, it's great also, again, to be part of the BVEP and get our message across with all our membership up to the government.
And so how have you found that, kind of getting your message through to the government?
I think and I've been around a long time and been privileged to be on other association boards as well. I think it's just been a long time coming. It's probably accelerated our voice to the industry, to the government, because we serve so many different verticals, and not having a reference number, I can't remember what's called, a SIP code for government from a government tax perspective, hinders our true value. And I think there's been a few individuals, Simon Hughes, for example, and Rick Stanton, that are kind of leading the charge for one industry, one voice. And there's been some major industry newspapers and editors, like the meeting show as well, just to help supporting and getting that voice heard across the board.
Yeah, and so MPI is part of the One Industry, One Voice campaign then?
Very much so, yeah, under the BVEP and the British Venues and Events Partnership. And it's just really our president, Judy Elvey, is very much geared around supporting it to get our voice heard across the board, really.
Yeah, and so do you think this is a new dawn for associations in the sector? Do you think it's going to carry on post COVID, this spirit of collectiveness?
Yeah, I think collaboration has always been supported by the growth and acceleration of technology. I think since March onwards, when we've all had to adapt to Zoom life and come away from the office, there is always going to be a place for live events, just as the nature of the beast that we are as humans. But in terms of the collaboration side, there's lots of words being pivoted around and transitioned, etc. And I think that hybrid is the way forward from events. Part live, part online, and the only way to do that is to be of a collaborative nature. In answer to your question about the associations, I think the associations have always been collaborative, but in very independent, isolated roles. And I think the recent events of this year and moving forward, there'll be a lot more collaboration moving forward.
Yeah. And so presumably that's something you'd like to see? Very
much so. I've always been a big believer in there's a lot of associations around. It's a case of my attitude with a lot of the associations is to get the best out of it, you have to put yourself into it. But we can all go to events, turn up and get educated, and that's great, but we all live very busy lifestyles and busy professionally speaking as well.
And so in your role as Director of Strategic Partnerships, how have you found that so far?
So in terms of, we've always had relationships with other associations. We've done joint Christmas parties with the likes of ILIA and SITE, etc. Part of that remit is to really drive and get engaged with a lot of the large-scale exhibitions, for example, like the meeting show, and also to explore other collaborations. And one of those that we've recently explored and soon to be announced, but if I'm not speaking out of turn, is our involvement with Eventwell. you know, and the mental health and mental mind state of the people in our industry. I think COVID again has accelerated that with furlough and redundancies and the nature of the events market across the board. And I think the beauty of what Helen Moon and the team and the colleagues and the board of Eventwell have done is they've established a platform that can grow globally, and that perfectly aligns itself with an association like MPI across the pond as well as in the UK and Europe.
Is that something that MPI wanted to do for its members, or was it something that your members were saying that they wanted, or was it kind of a combination of the two? It's
something that as an association MPI probably talked about but never actually really delivered on. I think because of MPI by its nature, we're made up of 70 different chapters around the globe. Each individual chapter operates as a silo, and obviously something like Eventwell has the opportunity to bring those MPI chapters together under one collective roof, because its messaging is simple and clear across the board, and it's about embracing companies, embracing individuals, all for the same measured outcome, which is the well-being of their mental health. And you know, who wouldn't want to be involved in that?
No, I mean, it's such a big issue at the moment. I mean, it's I was speaking to someone the other day who was basically saying, you know, whoever you are, your mental health has taken a hit during this pandemic, and I think that's true. So I think it's going to be more important than ever.
I absolutely agree. I can sit here in front of you and say, you know, my mental health has suffered through the state of the current 8-9 months. So I've had to go through that emotional journey myself to then reach out to people, and I've got the positives out of it. Now I've got the positives. Part of my role as a partnership person with MPI is to actually share those positives through the association, initially to the MPI membership, but also share that across the board with other associations as well. Because there's zero conflict of interest and a win-win situation for everyone involved in the events industry.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of strange, but it's almost a positive that's come out of the last 9 months, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the way we are as an industry. You know, we work hard, we do some hours, we're on stage live, we get one shot at it, and we are resilient type of folks. And when the chips are down and backs against the wall, we stand up, we get shot down, but we always deliver.
I mean, coming around to your other role as the founder of Venue Tech Collective, how did that come about?
I've always been my background is that of operating venues and selling venues. You know, I was very lucky to be part of the rebirth of the O2 under Compass Group in 2007, 2008, launching the Silverstone Wing in 2011. I've been part of some big exhibition venues up in Edinburgh, Glasgow, and I was caught Olympia as well. And then when you've done those big venues, it's kind of like, what's next? So I kind of transitioned into a few technology companies, helping sell their softwares to the last 5-6 years, just followed on and got involved with Wi-Fi companies, staffing apps, equipment hire platforms as well. And I think there's been a lot of responsibility being put on the event organisers to understand, find out about new technology, to research new technology, to implement and ultimately deliver. Now that in itself could be a full-time job in addition to what they're actually meant to be doing, which is organising an event.
Yeah.
The technology is meant to be an enabler. Whilst it is, there's been such an overload of new technology mothering the marketplace, which is a great positive thing. It's about understanding what is the best technology to use. And I think this is where the opportunity for the future lies, is helping the people in the venues have the knowledge, the skill set, and the confidence of what technology is out there to be able to support the organisers. And that's really where we've come up with the concept of the Venue Tech Collective. We launched it in February this year, and unfortunately 3 weeks later, the venues went on lockdown. So, you know, we're just on hold for the moment, for want of a better phrase, but it also enables you to ask the questions around venue technology in a new build versus venue technology in an old build. And it's a very different conversation to be had with an organizer as to what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
You know, and that's moving forward going to be one of the interesting points, especially with the growth of the confidence, the comfortability of the marketplace, now living in a world of hybrid opportunities and virtual events. It's accelerated growth across multiple different levels, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely. In terms of tech that's around at the moment, is there anything you're particularly excited about? What's catching your eye?
I think some of the new tech that was exciting for me 12 months ago was things like facial recognition. Facial recognition has just now been sort of more put on the COVID security lines, and things like track and trace. You know, if you look at the exhibitions market, registration was, if for want of a better phrase, what track and trace is now. I think really some of the technology that's out there now is there for organisers to offer confidence to visitors, and that's a different kind of platform or place we was into 12 months ago. It was always about using technology to enhance the end user client experience. Now we're talking a completely different language, which is enhancing the experience of getting live back.
Yeah.
in a safe way. And I think this is a conversation that no one expected. It certainly wasn't what I expected, but it is what it is, and we have to drive forward on that basis at the moment.
Brilliant. All right, David. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, got a final life to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and say, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
When do you feel alive? Attention all you team players, are you ready to take one for the team? Join me, Andy King, at the meeting show as I reveal how life has changed after becoming the undisputed king of Netflix's disastrous Fire Festival documentary. When faced with crisis, do you know how to embrace the challenge and turn a negative into a positive? I've become a viral sensation and an expert in reputation management and recovery. You won't want to miss this. The Fire Festival is really only half the story, so stay tuned.
All these models, like in the Bahamas. The most insane festival the world has ever seen.
Island getaway turned disaster.
It became very barbaric.
Right now, we are the fucking laughing stock of everything.
Just wait until you see what you're getting yourselves into.
American rapper Ja Rule is in the Bahamas with his business partner,
Billy McFarlane.
Is an amazing entrepreneur.
He can convince anyone of pretty much anything.
They just bought an island. Pablo Escobar's island. Oh my gosh.
We're gonna throw a festival, yeah.
Within 48 hours, they sold out. These guys are either completely full of shit or they're the smartest guys in the room. We were working around the clock, no sleep.
Billy's like, bring more workers. We need more workers.
Every single day it got more intense.
He just would not take no for an answer. And he just kept pulling money in somehow.
Desperate people do desperate things.
He was lying to investors and making it seem like we were making a ton of money when we weren't. I mean, that's fraud.
We need to get the messaging out now that this is not a luxury music festival.
Oh my God.
There's mattresses all over the place getting soaked.
The save yourself mode kicked in. Right, it's a free-for-all. It became this looting mentality.
There's an angry mob, they're pissed off and they want their money.
Powerful models built this festival, and then one picture of cheese on toast ripped down the festival.
They just couldn't physically fit that many people on the island.
The event's co-founder is facing up to 20 years in prison.
If you had thousands of dollars to go on a trip to see Blink 182, that's on you. That is Darwinism at its finest.
The biggest event in a decade, I promise you.
I'll be there.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
Hi, I'm here with Faye Alexander of Alexander Events and Kes International, and we're going to talk about well, what's happened this year, basically. So at the beginning of the year, Faye, you were having your busiest year yet, is that right?
Yeah, that was the year before. We'd had our busiest, one of our busiest years with both of the businesses. Yeah.
And then obviously in March, what happened?
So at the beginning of March, I was actually down in London taking part in a pitch for an international awards ceremony for next year, and yeah, it was great, you know, to be out with clients and in this pitch. And then within 3 weeks we were obviously locked down. I think it was the 23rd of March, and I'd taken over Kes International as well in 2019, so both my businesses were just completely immediately under threat. And
wow. And so how did that make you feel? What were you thinking at the time?
Well, my husband had left his job of 19 years to come on board with me for Kes International, and you know, we'd had a first really busy year in 2019, and we were looking forward to all our conferences which were booked and contracted for 2020, and it was just terrifying. You know, you just suddenly think about your house. We have a toddler. You know, it's all of our income, everything was suddenly completely at risk.
And so, I mean, Kes International when was that due to take place? What was that? That was coming down the tracks, was it? Were you still hopeful that was going to go ahead as a live event at the time, or?
Yeah, so we have a portfolio of international academic conferences under KES International, and they were scheduled for June. 2 big ones in June in Croatia and one in Verona in September.
Wow. And at what point did you start thinking we're going to have to pull these, or what was the thinking, and how did
Well,
that?
certainly, like with the Verona one, Italy was really bad at the time before we went into lockdown. So we were worrying about that. We didn't think that we would be able to fly. Obviously the news each day was getting worse and worse. So it was, nobody knew the future. Nobody knew how the year was going to pan out or how bad this was going to be. There was talk of a 3-week lockdown, not a 3-month lockdown. So yeah, we were just pretty much immediately wondering how we would go virtual with those events.
So how did you start doing that? How did the process start of going virtual?
We started looking at platforms. We looked at all the major players, not all of them, but many of the major players on the market, and that was when our thoughts sort of changed to creating something ourselves, because we couldn't find anything that would fit the KES International Conference, directly to how we wanted it. KES International is 24 years old, and all of the events, they're quite complicated in how they run because they're for academics who are presenting papers. So we say we have 450 attendees, 445 of those would be there to present a paper. So we wanted a platform that would allow them to network, continue to disseminate their research, to connect together, all of them to present their papers in their individual sessions, for them to access keynote speakers. And one of the things that we couldn't find was something that would allow us to do that without having to change our conference completely to fit the virtual world, which we weren't happy with doing.
So you've still got things obviously that you have to achieve, like from the conference, and you were finding that it was difficult to achieve that via virtual?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so what was the solution to that?
Well, I started saying that, from an event manager's perspective, we tend to create events, work with them that we tailor the events to the client's needs. Every client wants something different. Every event is different. So I said, it'd be great to have a platform that from the event manager's perspective could adapt to each different event. So my healthcare client under Alexandra Events was due to run a conference also in June. And I said, wouldn't it be great to have a platform that would accommodate the KES International ones, but I could also take to my clients under Alexandra Events? And his was different. His didn't have 14 breakout rooms. His would have 1 plenary room, but his had a round table event, and his had an exhibitions hall as well that ran alongside the conference. So I said, rather than taking delegates out of one platform into another to view exhibition stands, we really need something that would accommodate all of these needs, that can be flexible, scalable, hybrid, that we can stream into. So we just decided to give it a go. We found a designer, we found a developer, and we worked with them. We had a really tight turnaround. We knew our first conference, which was a huge income for us, was in June. We just set the ball rolling. We took some wireframes to some very senior colleagues in the industry. We got feedback from them. They had been researching platforms, some guys at the BBC as well, researching platforms for weeks before we had, and we got great feedback from them. We got the developer on board, and it all happened really quickly.
So was that not daunting then, or was it just kind of like, well, if we don't do this, then like we're not going to survive as a business? Was that the thinking? Or?
Yeah, it was that we wouldn't survive. We could potentially lose everything. Our house, you know, we have a mortgage, we have a toddler, childcare, and both our businesses were purely dependent on this working. Something that would satisfy our customers as well, not just, you know, something really basic. They'd paid obviously to attend this event. And yeah, it was a huge battle. You know, my husband obviously, like I said, left his job. I had COVID symptoms throughout some of this time as well. Our toddler was really poorly in and out of hospital during lockdown. So we were both quite sleep deprived. We had no childcare. It was really, really challenging, really awful times.
Wow. I mean, that's kind of the side that people don't necessarily see as well. I mean, they're still attending the virtual conference, but they might not realise everything that was going on behind the scenes that's gone into it.
Yeah, and obviously you can't have staff, you can't have a team with you day in, day out because you're all in lockdown. So yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds it. How do you keep morale up?
Well, we just had to stick together and, you know, keep working on and focusing on this platform and building it and developing it and praying that it would work.
And so obviously, I mean, you got it done, and it did work.
Yes. So in June we had our first conference on it, and we had 170 academics from all over the world, and we had some great feedback. We had inquiries come in after that conference from academics who had taken it to their marketing teams to say, you know, we've just attended this conference on this new platform. So we found ourselves doing demos with universities in Philadelphia, a couple across Europe. And I'd also, in the meantime, told some of my Alexandra Events clients about it. So they'd had demos, and my healthcare client had actually booked their event using the platform off the back of a demo. So all of a sudden then things changed again. After that June conference, we were like, wow, you know, this could be something that could be used, not just by COS International, which was what it was made for, but by other event agencies, by other people who run conferences, academics, and institutions, universities. So we had a Chamber of Commerce in Belgium, we had a major publisher. We just found ourselves doing different demos that it would, you know, be suitable for some corporates, and suddenly get an office and a member of staff to support with that. We had to move that, you know, that base to the centre of York, so we had really good access to Wi-Fi because suddenly our whole world was virtual. Yeah, everything just turned around. Set up a new business because the platform needed to be a brand identity of its own. You know, logos were coming out, business cards were coming out, and we would sort of gone from, like I say, thinking we were going to majorly sink to swimming along, yeah.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta's not only about sun, sea, and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
Hi, we're here with Paul Black, who is Head of Business Events at the London Convention Bureau. Hi, Paul.
Hi there, how are you? You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Good, thank you.
Excellent. So I wanted to ask, how is London and Partners working with the meetings industry at such a challenging time?
Well, yes, it is a really challenging period, for our industry, and I think it's a challenging industry for us globally. And I think, like many others, it's just trying to control what you possibly can control, which is very difficult in this period. But I think, like many others, we're trying to offer the best support we can, collaborate with absolutely everyone, and also maintain some kind of sales pipeline looking further ahead, because business will absolutely come back to London, very soon. But I think, speaking about, our customers, our clients, which is, really important, it's really supporting them with their bookings that they have for this year, and supporting, moving those dates if we need to beyond 2020, as well as updating them with all the really relevant and practical information in terms of what's happening, with the current legislation, but also where we're looking further ahead. So that's been a really big part. And like I say, the pipeline is really important. So we've looking at business later on into 2021, we've managed to secure a few bookings, as well as 2022. And that's the long-term business, like association business and sports business, but as well as, corporate starting to return. So that's good. But London Partners, London Convention Bureau, we are a partnership organisation, so this has been a key part of what we've been doing, and that's really supporting our brilliant hotels and venues as best we can. So, it's on resilience, it's working with some of our professional service partners, such as Taylor Wessing, such as KPMG on financial planning or legal matters or contracting. We're doing a few mental health webinars. It's creating new promotional assets, so really, showcasing our great broadcasting facilities that are available in venues, or those immersive fam or educational trips, virtual site visits. It's really creating different promotional assets to support them, because people are still absolutely want to hear that information. And then finally, really, it's the industry is so fundamental to everything and how we recover. And at London Convention Bureau, we're supporting the One Industry, One Voice campaign as well. So really excited to see that unveiled soon, because it really speaks to all the positive narrative about the industry and why we love it so much.
Thanks. And I know you mentioned supporting the venues and hotels, etc. But how have you noticed some of the ways that like London's venues and suppliers are diversifying and adapting for currently?
Sure. Well, I guess firstly, that's so inspiring how our venues and hotels adapted, even at the start when COVID, hit the UK, providing solutions to government, in terms of the response to COVID, but absolutely now in terms of that adaptation. And I think that's really three key areas, health and safety, it's their tech enhancements, as well as flexibility and versatility with contracting. And what's really important to say is that, many of our venues and hotels across London are business ready now for hosting small meetings of 30 and under, which they're allowed to do, but also larger events looking ahead when we're allowed to. But to touch on health and safety, I visited probably 9 venues in the last 2 weeks, and the whole process was really seamless. You know, it was really well communicated, the extra measures they put in place. So whether it's, you know, checking your temperature on arrival, it's, you know, educating you in terms of how your journey will be during the across throughout the venue. It's those social distancing measures. You know, those systems are really in place. And to be honest, health and safety has always been really important with any event. But, you know, many, of course, have enhanced those measures, you know, in light of COVID. I think, secondly, on tech, you know, again, I would call this more an enhancement rather than adaptation. You know, we've got many venues across London that have always had these sort of broadcasting facilities in which to host a kind of authentic hybrid event. And really, so many have adapted their spaces to be more of a studio setting if they have that all in-house. Some have enhanced their connectivity in order to stream events, you know, much better. Others have just really enhanced their relationship with their brilliant production partners or their event agencies. And I think that's one thing that really strikes me with London in the UK is we have these great agencies that can give planners from all over the world these great solutions to organise, you know, tech events, hybrid events, you know, or even virtual events right now. So, you know, I think it's really important, that hybrid conversation for a destination, you know, like London. We're very lucky that we can attract the live element of a hybrid event because of our business ecosystem, whether it's those more established sectors like tech, like finance, like medical, but also those new sectors such as, you know, cyber security, digital transformation, fintech, gaming. You know, we have that business ecosystem to attract the live event, but really importantly, we have those venues that have the infrastructure, in which case we, to which we can, you know, broadcast out to the world. And then really that third one, which is really an equal importance, it's that flexibility of contracting. You know, it's been a hugely complicated period, you know, with contracting and terms and conditions, having that really clear definition of force majeure. And, you know, our hotels and venues have been working alongside all our customers from all over the world to support them, you know, on their terms and conditions for their contracting for their events.
Thanks. And looking ahead, what have you noticed any sort of key trends or insights that you see emerging further ahead into 2021? Or in the
I think it's a crystal ball, isn't it? I think you know, the health and safety and tech, obviously key bits that, you know, really stand out. And I think tech, we've recently had London Tech Week virtual in London, which was really great to see all the different subsectors of tech coming out to showcase their services. And again, it's giving people, not just in the events industry, but other sectors, all those solutions in tech. So I think tech has a huge role for us, you know, even more so post-COVID. But I think to maybe add one more bit, I would say sustainability. You know, this was the key topic of the events industry, as well as, you know, many other sectors pre-COVID. And I think, you know, for London as a city, as a destination, the whole recovery will be absolutely, you know, dictated to by a green recovery and environmental recovery. So whether it's things such as, you know, the tube being, you know, zero emissions by 2030, or the Mayoral has, you know, very big ambitions for London to be, you know, zero carbon by 2030. So, you know, and then when you bring it back to, you know, our events industry, you know, there's been loads of great initiatives that have really come out even during COVID. So, you know, our event planners, our events venues have those practical education, you know, and upskill to make sure that, you know, future events, you know, are very sustainable. So I do think that will be, you know, a really key part of it. But, you know, I think always really important to address, you know, when we look at future trends, and particularly, you know, post-COVID, there'd be an absolutely massive appetite for people to get back together and enjoy face-to-face events. You know, I think we all know in the events industry how important events are for whether it's growing your business, making your business more successful, whether it's, you know, motivating your staff, whether it's exchanging ideas, you know, or learning new things. You know, there'd be a massive appetite for people to get together. And I'm sure everyone involved, you know, or attending or participating or sponsoring the meeting show, you know, we're all really looking forward for that happening, you know, certainly into 2021.
Thanks. And last question, obviously the meeting show will be bringing everyone together, the industry and the community, and the meeting and events community together. Is there anything that what are you keen to talk about to those people attending?
Well, the events industry is absolutely critical to London, and it'd be so important for London in terms of, you know, how we recover. So, you know, I think, you know, huge thanks to the meeting show. It's fantastic that this is going ahead in October. It must have been a hugely challenging, decision with the changes, based on what was happening, so really hats off to all the team involved. And yeah, I mean, like I'm sure everyone, we just can't wait to sort of speak to, customers from the UK and all over the world, catch up on great new product updates, talking about which venues, are really sort of showcasing their hybrid capabilities really well. We've got some great information on some really great regeneration areas of London developing, as well as updates on London's environmental policy. So great to connect with, from clients from all over the world. And also, it's just really pleasing to see, well over 20, partners and suppliers from London participating, in the meeting show. So, really looking forward to it. We're really looking forward to connecting with everyone. So really, it's thanks to the meeting show for carrying on and putting this on. And yeah, very much looking forward to it.
Great. Thanks, Paul. I hope you enjoy the show.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much.
So tell us about your role and remit as Chair of Visit England and its purpose with regards to business events.
Yeah, well, first of all, perhaps just a little bit about my background, because I actually, whilst I'm Chair of Visit England now, I spent over most of my adult life in the business events sector, starting way back in about the late 1980s, when most people who are in the industry now were barely a twinkle in someone's eye. And it's been a fantastic industry to have spent my most of my career in. And, they used to say, if you cut me, I would bleed events and exhibitions. So when I went into Parliament in 2010, I also took that passion to try and get on politicians' agenda, the policymakers' agenda, to understand the scale of our sector, but also what business events, conferences and exhibitions do for the wider UK economy. And then after leaving Parliament, we finally got a business visit and event strategy out of the UK government. And I chaired what was then the first events industry board that brought professionals together from the sector with policymakers. And now at Visit England, of course, the role here is broadly understood by most people as tourism. But of course, what that engages with is business visitors, the visitor economy. A huge chunk of it is the very people that this sector brings to the country and from within the domestic market. Our job is policy advice. Obviously, we're in a unique position where we are sponsored by the Department for Culture and Media and Sport. We have direct access to the policymakers there, but we're not, in the true sense of the word, a lobby group. So we use that privileged position to advise on policy. Our job now is to support the sector, but also keep Visit England on the map, in the minds of as a key destination of choice. So when we emerge from this, Britain and Visit England in particular, from my responsibility, is right up there as a destination of choice for future events.
Thank you. And how do you believe that events such as the meeting show can support our industry at this time?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's fantastic to be here and thank you for the opportunity. It's hard to believe you've only really been established since 2012. Such a calendar event, is it? Now, what I think is really important about what you're doing this year in this hugely challenging year, let's be blunt, you know, the business visit and event sector is facing an existential threat, and its response is, you know, in these challenging times is encouraging, but there's a lot to do. The meeting show, of course, will bring people together in this virtual arena. And it's doing it in quite a sophisticated manner, I think in a great manner. You can have your obvious advantages of networking and meeting people, bringing buyers to the meeting show, where there is a huge offer from across Britain for destinations, and you're bringing international buyers here as well, but you've got education. You know, you're looking also not just at developing professionals here, but we've got to work hard to keep youngsters and young people, their interest in coming into this sector, which is so under threat at the moment, under siege. And of course, we want to protect those supply chains and those skills within those supply chains. So things you're doing like that, your one-to-one meetings, your networking ability, and of course the exhibition platform, I think are a reflection of the creativity, the dynamism, and how responsive this sector can be in the face of this huge challenge.
Thank you. What will the Visit Britain and Visit England team be getting up to at the show?
Well, of course, Visit Britain is the hosted buyer partner for the event, and that is fulfilling its key role with its virtual stand to actually promote Britain as this destination of choice for business visits and exhibitions and events. And that's a great thing to be doing. If you look at it in context, though, of where we've come from since the launch of the pandemic, we were very much in an early stages. We were about reminding our potential customers that the UK was here, that we were all in this together, that we would actually emerge from this. We had to kind of keep people, keep Britain on people's agenda during those early difficult stages. We've moved, if you like, through to reassurance now, where we've been reassuring people that we are taking all the measures necessary to reopen this sector. And as soon as we get that official go-ahead that it's safe to go ahead, that reassurance work will be evident to everyone. And then, of course, we will be launching our Reimagined campaign, which is basically taking a look at how the UK is getting ready for what people call the new normal, where we're going to see events coming back to England, coming back to the UK. But obviously, we're expecting them to be different as we come out of this. We're going to see more hybrid events. We're going to see people thinking more creatively how to respond to them. And I think you're going to see that that will be the next platform that we introduce. You'll see some of that in our Reimagined campaign that we're launching at this event, which will be delivering that very positive, upbeat message that we're not just waiting for this to end, that actually we are planning for change and we're getting fit to meet the new challenges when Britain is open to destinations, open to events and businesses again.
We look forward to seeing that campaign. How has Visit England been helping the business events industry at such a challenging time for the sector, and what plans are in place to aid with the recovery?
Right, big question. I should try and cover that off as efficiently as I can, given the time. Look, first of all, I'll never tire of saying this. Let's give some context to this industry we are talking about. It is worth, up to the point of the pandemic, the business visit and event sector was worth 70 billion to the UK. I mean, that is a huge sum, and that accounts for something like half of the UK visitor economy. You know, people think of visitor economy, they think of tourism. Well, actually, crucial to that is the business visitor, and we're making a huge contribution there. In terms of what business events and exhibitions brings to the event sector. It's actually over 30 billion of that figure, and that is huge. So it's absolutely crucial that at this time when the sector is facing such a threat, that we keep in mind, in the minds of the international buyers and the international event planners, that we are planning for opening. We are getting ready to harness all the opportunities that will be needed when we go into recovery of this sector. And in that in mind, we've been keeping the UK, if you like, front of mind globally, so that we will then be ready to launch an active campaign to promote Britain as soon as we get the green light that it's safe to proceed and go ahead. We've also been working hard to engage with the convention bureaus so that we can share with them as much information as possible, particularly on all the changing regulations that people are very well aware of that are changing, not necessarily aware of what they always are as they're coming down the line. And I go back to talking about the reassurance that I mentioned earlier. So one of the things we introduced back in the summer was the industry standard, which was good to go. Now, a lot of people might have recognized that when they were going into certain pubs or more leisure tourism venues during the summer. This industry standard has been taken up widely by the business events sector as well. And what is it? It's basically saying that this venue or this particular concern has gone through a COVID risk assessment. And to give you an idea of the scale of what's happened there, is that we've had something like just shy of 40,000 applications for good to go, of which 34,000 have been approved. It's been promoted by over 150 odd destinations across the UK. Very important to be part of that building reassurance how the sector is getting ready to open. And that, I think, is really important. For the future, people may have been unaware of this because it's all been lost in this fog of COVID. But back in 2018, the tourism sector deal was put forward by the government. It was effectively awarded to the tourism sector deal. Again, I reiterate, including business visitor economy. And we're at the point where this sort of deal will be like an injection, a vote of confidence and a financial injection from the government to help drive a platform, not just for this sector, but for wider economic growth. Something we know business events do, as well as work for their own sector. They are the platform for UK PLC to get out there and sell. Now, we're in a difficult period at the moment. There's the comprehensive spending review. It's going to be really tough. You know, I'm sure it'll be difficult to get everything that everyone would wish for. But the tourism sector deal is still on the table, and I think that this is a very important development that we will have. Something that has been taken up well by the industry is the Business Events Growth Programme, or what was called the Event Support Programme, where about £1 million was put on the table for international event or UK events that wanted to internationalise their audience, or even looking at new ventures. We were there to provide some support for that through the event support program. Plus, we're getting advocacy from mayors, from the government, letters of support, so we can start to up the ante and show that this country is hungry and wants and is ready and fit to win many of those international events that we will secure in the future. And let's face it, event planners are always looking as far ahead as they can, even in these uncertain times. And that's what this program does.
And finally, with the impact of COVID-19, how do you think the industry will change in the future?
Well, it's a really good question. I wish I had a crystal ball to be absolutely certain, but I'll give it my best go. I think if you look at the qualities of this sector, it's always been about flexibility, creativity, a dynamism. You know, we're one of the most creative nations in the world, and I think that serves us well. You know, we are doing events at the moment. They are hugely limited by the restraints placed on them by government. We're obviously all working hard to get a green light to open them up. And I think we're going to see, if you like, events reimagined a little. We're today on what I think is going to be a really successful virtual platform for the meeting show. But you can never take away the huge benefit of face-to-face meetings. That's what this is all about. That is what we do. We get people talking, we build contacts, we build relationships. But this is not going to be a very steep, swift return to what we used to do. There is going to be the emergence of more hybrid events where we are reaching new audiences. I think that is true, but we are going to have to build on that, this need for the human contact that ultimately will deliver the key results for Britain. We must never forget that behind what we do is this crucial ingredient, this very basic human instinct of people wanting contact. And in that contact, they build the relationships that will drive both our sector and the wider UK economy forward. So if you like, we are rebooting things inevitably as a result of this change. We are refreshing what we do and reimagining how we're going to do these events. And I think what we're witnessing here today in the meeting show is part of that process. And as we look ahead, I think it should be more a call to arms. It should be more a response that this hugely successful and creative industry, when it is let off the leash by government and able to go ahead safely and do its events, as we are seeing elsewhere in the world, far from facing the existential threat it is facing today, I think we can come back champions in our sector. Frankly, as long as we can retain the skills, retain the supply chain, and through Visit England and Visit Britain, we will make sure that Britain is out there as a key destination of choice to buyers.
Thanks so much, Nick.
Attention all you team players, are you ready to take one for the team? Join me, Andy King, at the meeting show as I reveal how life has changed after becoming the undisputed king of Netflix's disastrous Fire Festival documentary. When faced with crisis, do you know how to embrace the challenge and turn a negative into a positive? I've become a viral sensation and an expert in reputation management and recovery. You won't want to miss this. The Fire Festival is really only half the story, so stay tuned.
When do you feel alive? Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. I'm Holly Patrick and today I am joined by Ashanti Bentil-Dew, event entrepreneur and co-founder of multiple organisations including Diversity Ally and Black in Events. So today we're going to be discussing how the industry can be more diverse and inclusive and why we need to address it now. So Ashanti, thanks for agreeing to chat with me today. Do you just want to tell our viewers a little bit more about the organisations that you're involved with?
Sure, fantastic. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to come and talk about diversity and inclusion, specifically in our beloved events industry. So yes, so I obviously have an event supplier business. That's how I actually entered into the industry in the first place. And actually, along the way, you tend to observe that maybe there's a lack of diversity and inclusion, holistically speaking, in the industry. And so what I try to do is give my time to supporting organisations that are trying to make a difference in this regard. And so Diversity Ally and Black in Events were set up for that purpose, as a way to share some very practical tips with the event industry so that we can really reflect the communities that we serve really on a day-to-day basis. How can we reflect that as an industry?
Brilliant. So obviously the conversation surrounding diversity in the events industry at the moment is louder than it's ever been, which is fantastic. But why do you think it has taken us so long to start this conversation? And why do you think that the industry has ignored this issue for such a long time?
So I think the events industry is quite unique in a sense because it is largely very entrepreneurial. What you tend to find outside of maybe the large exhibition companies, for example, and actually even them, you know, the nucleus, that founding was often one or two people or a small group of people, okay? And the industry is a private sector industry. And in fact, it struggles to be recognized as an industry. You know, when you go and start your business and you select which code you come under, there isn't really a code for events industry, right? So because of the nature of how the industry grows and how, you know, different businesses pop up, I think that also plays a part, essentially. It's not like public sector, whereby there are certain rules and codes that type of organization would have to adhere to in the first place. So I think that's partly why. And secondly, it takes effort and you also need to know where to start. And so I think overall, that is why the events industry, like many other industries in the UK specifically, haven't necessarily started moving the needle in very practical and demonstrable ways as yet.
But we're getting there now, and I'm sure you'd agree that no organisation has 100% got it right at the moment. So far, there's a lot that we still need to learn, and we're doing a lot of growing it as well. But if organisations are looking to address diversity, how can they identify where perhaps they've got diversity weak spots, and why is it important that they do this?
Sure. So the first step I often say is actually surveying your employee cohort. Okay. Often we can start by just asking the group of people that we'd like to impact. If you don't have employees, it could be your suppliers or your partners, asking them how you can be more inclusive, essentially, how you can make them feel more valued, more included, and feeling like they can bring their whole self to work. That's the first thing you can do, survey your workplace. And for organizations who are thinking, well, we have a predominantly white, heterosexual male workforce, for example, it's still worth surveying them, because what we tend to find when we look at organizational culture in general, it actually doesn't cater for white males either. Ironically, although they are spoken about a lot less in the diversity conversation. You know, workplaces were originally set up for a generation of men from the 40s and the 50s, not for millennial Generation Z men either, regardless of race. So it's really important to open up transparent dialogue with your employee cohort and ask them what it is that they want, what it is that they experience, and what areas you'd like to see them improve in. So that's the first thing. Talk to your employees, talk to your peers and colleagues. After you do that, that will help you start identifying these weak spots that you've mentioned. And so actually you might look at your workforce and think, no, we do need to work on maybe racial diversity, or actually we do have employees who have self-identified as a particular gender or a particular sexuality. How are we making sure that they feel included and accepted in our spaces? So that's really what I would recommend as first steps to take.
So first steps in looking at the weak spots, and then once you've identified those weak spots, what are some of the practices that you can put in place, and that you would advise for organisations who are trying to put in place?
Yeah, so there's multiple options here, and it's often quite multi-layered. Okay, so what you're looking at often is the work that you need to activate within the individuals in your workplace, and particularly senior management and managers. Okay, so anyone who oversees or supervises, anyone involved in the hiring process, anyone involved in things like pay rises, appraisal processes, people who have influence and authority in your workplace. There's some individual training that needs to be done in that area. And then you have organizational. So by that, we're talking about the processes, the systems, the policies, the codes, etc. So we always recommend taking that two-prong approach. We do a lot of kind of education and training. We often have to start by understanding what systemic inequality is in the first place, and understanding how that impacts us in our workplaces. And ultimately, that also requires us to explore our own individual ideas and beliefs, essentially. And once we can explore where we are with those and come to a common understanding as a workplace about what we want to be, okay, who we want to be in the workplace and how we want our colleagues to feel in the workplace, then we can take it that next step further and start making organizational changes.
So a lot of it is coming from sort of within what the individual is doing, opposed to the organization. So just on that then, how do you get your employees to care about this? I mean, there's no simple answer, but
right. No, that's a really good question, Holly. And this is the thing that is the real challenge, right? Because you can't legislate anyone's feelings or thinking. It's not possible. And so this is why this personal reflective work that organizations can facilitate, so they can facilitate education and training that affects the individual, okay, hopefully, if they're open and willing to explore that. Then they can also provide resources that enable their individual employees to continue on this learning process. And then what you do is you overlay that then with organizational expectations and culture. So what you're saying to your employees is, here's the work that you need to do as an individual, and we will support you to do that. But here's also our expectations. So sometimes everyone's on a different part of that journey, and you'll have some employees or people in the team who aren't quite there yet. That's okay, because it's a journey. But what an organization needs to do is also set expectations that says, in this environment, this is how we treat people. In this environment, we're trying to create more equality. And we expect our employees to do their part, at least in this environment. So maybe it might be that individuals outside of the workplace may not be demonstrating those values, but actually you reduce the risk to people in your workplace by having expectations and by actively leading on the type of culture that you'd like in the workplace. I hope that makes sense.
It absolutely does. Yeah, that's brilliant. So I guess the first part, coming down from the higher, the more senior levels of management, is the diversity policies, whereas saying to your employees and your team, this is what we need from you, is almost the inclusion part of diversity and inclusion.
Yes,
because they
absolutely. And so you set the boundaries, you express the expectations, and then you hold them accountable. But of course, in order to hold your employees accountable, you have to hold yourself accountable as an organization and as a senior team, which is why we recommend that everyone is doing this work.
Fantastic. Well, Ashanti, that's all we've got time for, but that's brilliant chatting to you today. So thank you very much for your time, and the work that you're doing is really reshaping the industry. So yeah, we look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you very much, Holly.
Thank you, Shanti.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. To taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes. To get swept up and explore. To connect with something other than Wi-Fi. And reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trends is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger.
That creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that this city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
This is where it starts. And where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands, united in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the meeting show. Welcome back to all of you who've been joining the sessions and being super interactive, which we are loving here at the meeting show. If this is your first session, well, boy, you are going to be in for a treat, and welcome. Couple of little bits of housekeeping things to remind you of. If you have missed some sessions, don't worry. We have them all recorded so you can actually enjoy them on demand at your leisure. So please go back and have a look at the educational program and enjoy our sessions. Incredible content this week. Please make sure that you send in your feedback from our sessions as well. It's really important that we get that feedback to make sure we're doing the best for you. Coming up after this incredible session, we have our virtual headliner. It is Andy King. Many of you, you'll know him from the infamous Fire Festival. He's going to be sharing his career, incredible career, amazing storyteller. So don't miss that. And of course, after that, it wouldn't be the meeting show without a virtual happy hour. So I expect to see you all for a cocktail or a glass of wine or a cup of coffee. If it's early morning in the United States, there's happy hour somewhere, I'm sure. So we'll see you with Song Division at 4:15. But now you are in for a treat. We have a stellar lineup of experts to talk about climate change and how we as an industry can tackle this. It's a big subject, it's overwhelming, we all know, but you've got the right people here to talk to you, to give you some tips and tricks. It's going to be super interactive. And I will introduce their wonderful moderator, a very good friend of mine. I'm seeing all my friends today, it's just a joy. It's over to you. It's the purpose coach from Sense of Purpose. It's the wonderful Ken Kelly.
Thank you very much, Sam. That's a fantastic introduction, and welcome to you all, wherever you are in the world. I'm delighted that you've joined us. And some of you might be thinking, what is a life coach doing moderating a session on sustainability and climate change? Well, my background is in events. I'm now a life coach working with event professionals throughout the world. But I also have a passion and an interest in sustainability and climate change, and the big conversation that's been happening within the events industry in the last few years in particular, and particularly around the pandemic. Some of those conversations are also coming to the fore. So I actually think it's a really exciting time to talk about the events industry, sustainability, and climate change. And I guess the different approach that I like to bring is not so much how do I do a sustainable event, because to be honest, there's a lot of information out there. What I'm really curious about, and what this session is more about, is how do we deal personally with the effects of climate change and sustainability and all of these seemingly really big issues, and how do we stay confident in an environment that feels out of our control, and how do we know what we can do personally in an environment where quite often things are difficult to change, or it takes a long time to change. So I'm really curious about how we as individuals respond to some of these issues. So yes, this session will be about how to run sustainable events to some degree, but the main theme about it, and this is what I'd really love you to think about as well, the main thing about it is what are the challenges that we personally face? What are the blocks that we face when we're thinking about the events industry and sustainability? But also, on the other hand, what inspires us? And my belief is that inspiration comes from connecting with others, and it comes from hearing people's stories. It comes from hearing about how other people have been similarly engaged with what seem like really big and complex issues, and yet they've still managed to take some form of action. They've still managed to do something because they've decided, not that anyone else has told them, they've decided that they want to make a difference. They've decided they want to make change. Because my belief is that unless all of us are doing this, unless all of us are getting engaged in the issues around sustainability in the events industry, then we're not going to be able to change in the way that we want to. Because in the past, a good deal of sessions like this one have tended to be about kind of having experts and asking experts the questions. And my belief is that we've gone past that stage. This has to be about all of us. And whether we are expert in sustainable events, whether we are expert in research around the issues, doesn't really matter, because the conversation is now about us all as human beings. It's about all of us and the changes that we can make to reducing climate change and making our industry more sustainable. So it's about all of us. And what I wanted to do was bring two people in who are friends and colleagues of mine who I know have made a significant difference, and to ask and hear about their stories. But I also want to hear your stories. So please get involved in the chat and in questions, either to ask a question yourself as things come up for you, or even just to make a comment. But if you are to make a comment, please make it very personal about you. Please make it something about your experience. What blocks have you found? What challenges have you found? Or what's inspired you? What have you found really amazing that's really got you into taking some action around sustainability? So that's the theme of today. It's going to be very conversational. I'm not giving you PowerPoint slides. I'm not giving you facts and figures. I'm hoping that we're simply going to give you some stories that will make you think about what you could be doing as an individual to promote sustainability in the events industry. So without further ado, let me bring in my two other fellow panelists, who are Selena Donald from The Bulb and Raquel Noboa from 50 Shades Greener. And don't worry too much about those organization titles. We're going to get to those and how they came about doing what they do for the industry. But first of all, let me just start very simply, maybe with Selena. Selena, just tell us what The Bulb is and what is it that you do in the events industry?
Oh, thanks, Ken. That was a really brilliant intro as well. The Bulb is a consultancy working with event organisers, brands and NGOs on how to create sustainability strategies that work in practice. So fusing our event production experience with our expertise in sustainability and creating plans that work when you're in a live event and when you're in a D-rig, so that people can achieve their targets and ensure that they're bringing down their impacts on the environment.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Lovely and succinct. I like that. I will come back to you to ask about your personal story and how you set up that whole business. Yeah. But let me go to Raquel just to find out a very top line thing. Raquel, what is it that 50 Shades Greener does?
Hi, Ken. So 50 Shades Greener is an educational company. We teach businesses, we teach communities and also festivals how to reduce their impact in the environment by reducing their use of energy and water and their production of waste, which reduces their carbon footprint, and it can also, for a business, reduce the running costs.
Perfect. Okay. Now, because I know both of you, I know that there is an interesting story for both of you about how you got involved. So let me start this time with you, Raquel. Just tell us a little bit about your journey into setting up something that effectively is saving both money and saving carbon footprint at the same time. But that wasn't where you first started in terms of your career, was it? What were you doing when this first came into your kind of vision, as it were?
Yeah, so I've worked in the hospitality industry all my life, holding different positions as a manager in different hotels in different countries. And it wasn't until 2012 that I came challenged, I guess, with the concept of a green hotel. And to be honest, back then, I didn't even know that concept existed. Information wasn't as readily available as it is now. But I was the sales and marketing manager in a hotel here in Ireland, Hotel Doolin. And my general manager came to work one day and decided he wanted to run the greenest hotel in Ireland. And I was the new appointed green manager. So to say that I was apprehensive at the start is an understatement. I had no idea what he meant. And as it really happens in hospitality very often, I had no budget at all. And I was expected to deliver great results, but I like a challenge. So I decided to start learning about it on my own time. I was reading articles and blogs, and there is so many things that are involved within sustainability. But for me, I decided that sustainability meant a reduction of our impact on the environment. And I realized our hotel had an impact on the environment because we used water and energy and we produced waste. So then all of a sudden it became very clear that my first protocol had to be our utility bills. And I realized that for years, and it still happens now in 2020, a utility bill arrives, it gets paid, it gets put in a folder, and that's it. It gets forgotten about. Nobody ever looks at the information really that is given in there. And I realized if I wanted to reduce our energy use, that I needed to know what our current energy use was. So I spent a few months benchmarking our bills to see our consumption increasing or decreasing. And then I started observing what things in our building used energy or what things created waste. So by doing this observation phase, I spent probably 6 months observing all of our departments. And one quick story that always stands out to me is our breakfast chef. Our breakfast chef used to arrive to work at 6 a.m. every morning and turn every single machine on in the kitchen. And when I asked him why he was doing that, he says that's what he'd done all his life. Nobody ever told him any different. He turned everything on and he'd be ready for the day. Then I knew that our main oven used 38 kilowatt hours of electricity. And I could easily calculate that if we were to turn off that main oven for just 1 hour a day, we would save 2,000 euros in 1 year and reduce our energy by 14,000 kilowatts. So to me, that was a big revelation. I sat with the head chef. We devised a very comprehensive on and off checklist of when machines should be on and off to be able to run our business. And in doing so, the main oven did not need to be turned on until 10 a.m. So we saved ourselves 8,000 euros and over 60,000 kilowatts in 1 year just by doing that. And that was just one machine for 1 hour a day. So that was kind of a light bulb moment for me. I started realizing that there was a lot of things that depend on our own behavior around the energy and water and waste, and that it is our own behavior that actually consumes more energy or produces more waste. So within 2 years of the start of my green program, we had reduced our energy by 30%, our waste by 40%, and our water by 25%. And once I was able to show those savings to the hotel owners, they allowed me to reinvest them into larger capital projects. And in 2019, Hotel Doolin announced they were the first carbon neutral hotel in Ireland. So my firm belief is if they can do it, if we could do it there, every other business can do the exact same thing. And now 50 Shades Greener is gone from a strength to a strength. We have now trainers in the UK. We have universities in Canada licensing our content, and we have a government contract here in Ireland where our courses are now free and available to all hospitality businesses in Ireland. So it's been a very long journey, one that doesn't come without challenges, but I wouldn't be doing anything else in the world than what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that idea that you very beautifully put there, that a kind of one small change can have a significant impact. And I think sometimes we kind of tend to think about, oh, this is a really big thing, and there's lots of complications to this. But your story really shows that you can start with very small changes that eventually have a very big impact.
Yeah, and that's the key to make, I guess, sustainability easy. We need to make this easy for people to get involved and for people to learn all the small things they can all implement in their daily lives or their workplaces that would make a difference. And imagine that's just one machine in one hotel. If you add up the number of hotels in the world, the change we can make in our carbon emissions for the industry would be huge if everybody knew the small things that we all need to know. And it still shocks me that still to this day we're not teaching these things to in our hospitality colleges. This is stuff that should be in the curriculum of any college, any university, and even in our schools.
Yeah, I love that. And before I move on to Selena, just if I've got this right, so you hadn't thought about sustainability at all until your manager came along and said, "I'm going to make this the greenest hotel in Ireland, and you're going to do it." So was there a point in which you kind of thought, actually, now I'm really interested in this. Now I can see the whole bigger.
Yeah, within the first year, really, it did take me a while. I mean, we all need to understand hospitality as well. It's a really fast-paced industry. You barely have any time to learn something new. So it was a hard process for the first year. But once I learned about it, to me, it's all about efficiency. It's, we're efficient with the way we run our businesses. We're careful with our staff wages, with our rents and rates. But, nobody's putting that sort of efficiency level to the use of utilities. And to me, running a green business now is not a nice thing to do anymore. It's a smart thing to do. Any CEO, any business owner should have sustainability at the core of their operations, because it's about being efficient with your utilities.
Beautiful, thank you. And Selena, let me come to you, because you also had a sort of, was it a moment of inspiration or some point when you thought, you know what, I want to make this very central to, what I do for work, what I do in my life, and this suddenly has a significance for me. What was that story?
Yeah, definitely. So I was part of the production team for the London 2012 opening closing ceremonies. And part of my role was to manage the sustainability working group. And our main target was to deliver the most sustainable Olympic ceremonies and Paralympic ceremonies in history, which we achieved. And just going through that process over the 2 years that I was with the team, all the way through to dissolution and the afterlife of every asset that we had in those ceremonies, made me realise that it can be done. And if it can be done, a bit like Raquel says about the hotels, if it can be done in one hotel, why can't it be done across the board? So if we can create 4 of arguably the biggest shows in the world sustainably with zero waste to landfill, why can't that trickle down to the events industry as a whole and do the same for a 100-person event, a conference, a brand activation? There's just no reason why that can't be the case. So I went away and worked in-house for a while and for ITV, and then decided to leave in 2015 and set up the Bulb. And our main purpose was to deliver events that had an environmental and social conscience. And since then, we've developed our offering to clients to also provide consultancy on strategy and sustainable design. So it's just about taking those elements of that aha moment and the ceremonies in particular, and looking at how we can take that and create a business model and create businesses that deliver value for society and events that deliver value for society, instead of just churning out the same events without much thought given to it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask you another question, Selena, that goes a little bit deeper than kind of how you got started. Because at some point, and this is what I want the audience to think about as well, and maybe start putting some things in the chat. What is it that's important to you about getting involved in sustainability? What's the why? Because you could be doing this business as a job, as work and as a way to get paid, but there must be something inside you that says this is really important. I really want to make a difference. And I'd love to hear people's comments on that, their own personal reasons for getting involved in sustainability. But let me put that question to you, Selena. What's important to you about doing sustainable events? Not just how to do them or what you do, but why is it important for you?
For me, I think it's important because I think it's very important for the future of generations to come to have less environmental impacts in everything we do. But for me, I've seen the power of events in educating and empowering an audience and that we can use events as platforms to inspire people and to create social movements. And we've seen that recently in Extinction Rebellion using protests. We've seen it in Black Lives Matter. We've seen like events and people coming together make massive social differences that have like trickled down in society. And so I just feel like it's really important for us all as event organisers to use our platform and our brand and our organisation to get messages across that do inspire people and can make differences. And especially when we're at the moment that where we are, where climate change it's real, it's happening, and we need to look at the way we do things and make massive changes. So just using our platform and our expertise in order to do that is incredibly important.
Great, thank you. So let me move on to another question, and maybe this time, Raquel, for you. So you have this amazing story of how you got started in sustainability. You have a business now that looks to make kind of incremental changes that have a big impact. What have you found have been the biggest blocks to change? What still gets in the way for you?
Well, unfortunately, what my biggest block is exactly what I'm trying to achieve, and that's behavioral change. We as humans are programmed. We're like computers, if you like. We're programmed to do things in a certain way, and anything that makes us change that behavior that we know for the last 30, 40 years is always going to be difficult. And the way we behave around the use of energy and water and production of waste has an effect on the carbon emissions that our life creates. But changing behavior is not easy. I have problems even with my own husband at home. He's one of these Irish people that believes every time you make a cup of tea, you need to fill the kettle to the top, regardless whether you're going to use that water or not. And, in fairness, he has been programmed. His mom has been telling him for the last 44 years to always fill the kettle. So it's a struggle. Changing behavior is a struggle, but I firmly believe it's the only way that real change is going to happen. I mean, our governments can come up with much better policies, of course, than what we have right now. But at the end of the day, every single person's life creates carbon footprint, and it is their own behavior that we need to change first. And it's not an easy thing, but it's something that can be done.
Yeah. Just a comment from Lisa Sweeting, who I think we know. First of all, he says to Raquel, "Wow, what an amazing story." But also says she works in the events industry and knows how wasteful events can be. The media has highlighted the impact of this on our planet. It's so important that for our future that we change. I assume you'd agree with that, Raquel.
Yeah, and it was when I started learning about all this myself in 2012 and 2013. That's when you become really painfully aware that the industry you love so much, it's so damaging to the environment. And travel and tourism accounts for 10% of the global carbon emissions. And a lot of it, the problem is, not the problem, but the solution, I guess, is that a lot of it can actually be avoided. And it's once you know about these things, once you really become, so it's so soul destroying really to see the wastage that we have in our industry.
Yeah. Selena, let me ask the same question to you. What have you found have been the biggest blocks to the change that we're all saying needs to come and we need? What have you found has been the biggest blocks?
I think it's changing mindsets and habits and ways of working, but also I think people are a bit overwhelmed and worried about cost. There's the idea that sustainability equals big, you need bigger budgets and it's going to cost a lot more, when the essence of sustainability is doing more with less. So I think it's about people really digging deep and looking at the whole of their budgets and the way they work, and realizing that although one area such as materials might cost more, you actually save money in other areas, so it balances out. So it's just about not being scared and taking those bites, almost taking everything in a bite-sized chunk. I think that's the biggest thing. And like Raquel said, when you started, it feels overwhelming and it feels like, oh my God, I have no idea what all this jargon means and I have no idea how to start. But actually, if we just take it bit by bit, focus on the areas that you can make a difference and you can influence, you can control, such as transport, materials production, food, energy, and then start looking at your supply chain and then start looking at budgets, just take it bit by bit. So I think the biggest block is the fear, the overwhelm, and the fear of cost.
Yeah. I'd love to hear from people watching this. What do they think is the biggest block to change? You know, is it a mindset thing? Is it a cost thing that Selina have mentioned? Just let me know what you think are the biggest blocks to getting more sustainable change within the events industry, because we all seem to be saying it's a good idea, but you know, change happens quite slowly. What are the blocks that are in the way that we need to kind of get over? So let's have some thought about this. The next thing I wanted to move on to, and it's hard to ignore the fact that we are in a pandemic. And if I can summarize, I guess there seems to be two big kind of themes going on, two big narratives for the events industry in this area. And one is the idea that, of course, you know, we want to get back to live events or hybrid events. We want to get back to seeing each other. We want to get jobs. You know, there are people being made redundant all over the world. Let's not ignore that. So in some senses, you know, we are all grieving a little bit around the loss of live events, and that's one narrative. At the same time, there's also a narrative that says, well, hang on, you know, this has been forced upon us, but actually maybe this is a moment in time to think more sustainably, to think about the kind of future that we want to have and the benefits to sustainability for different types of events. So, you know, there are two big themes there alongside each other. And Selina, I know you've done some work, some very detailed work about how to make events both COVID friendly and sustainably friendly as well. So I'd love you to tell us a little bit about that. But also just your thoughts, I guess, on, you know, where do we go from here, assuming that, you know, this is still going to last for a long time. What would the future look like from your point of view in an ideal, sustainable world?
I think you hit the nail on the head there when you said grieving. I think that's probably an emotion that a lot of us feel because the year has not been how we all planned it would be in January. I have done a guide on how I saw live events panning out with the use of PPE, because that's going to be a guarantee now that we're going to need a lot of PPE, and ultimately a lot of it is plastic, which has a massive impact on the environment and how we can avoid it. But I think for the future, how I see events working out is that I think hybrid events are going to be the only way forward, because we've got in every country, in every region, even within countries, people are in different states of lockdown. It's impossible for anyone to plan an event too far in advance. And so to always moving forward, or for the foreseeable future, to have a live, smaller, localized event alongside a digital event is definitely the way forward. And that's something completely new. You know, this time last year, we never would have done that. But actually, when you look at the business sense of such a model, it makes perfect sense. I think there was a stat that Paris Fashion Week, for one show, they had 600 people in the audience, but it was watched by 10 million people online. So, you know, when you look at stats like that, why wouldn't any brand want their activation to also be online and to reach more people and to be more inclusive and get globally rather than in just one place? So sustainably wise, that has a massive impact. You know, a digital event compared to a live event is, you know, got something mad like a 99% lower carbon footprint. And obviously keeping a hybrid event, a small live event, brings down waste, brings down suppliers, brings down the number of emissions. So it just makes sense business-wise and sustainably. I do think that we do need a live event element. I know that I'm probably part of everyone that's watching that's missing live events and missing that human connection and missing having a good time out. So I just think that we do need to look at live events still, but then just to have a backup of a digital event as well.
Yeah, so and I'm curious about the, you know, the hybrid events and other ways, because, you know, and that figure that you mentioned, because obviously any event that we do, whether it's digital or not, still has a carbon footprint to it, because, you know, there's still electricity powering all the digital production. But is it your sense that you know, it is a kind of step on the sustainability ladder to have more virtual events, and that's a good thing.
It is, but I want to make it clear that I'm still a massive live events advocate, and I do want them to get up and running. I think there's a massive misconception that a digital event equals completely sustainable event, and that's not the case. There's still a carbon footprint. There's the energy emissions that is required for your device, the streaming system, the network, the data storage center. And actually, I've started doing a lot of research and work into how we measure this, and working with clients on how I measure their online events. And yes, it is much more challenging. I mean, compared to a live event, it is more difficult to quantify, but it's possible. And I think it's really important that you don't just ignore the carbon footprint of a digital event, and you still measure that and take time to measure that. And when you're doing a hybrid event, you do it as an overall. So you look at your digital event, you look at your live event, and you look at the carbon footprint of everything. So, I think that's a big misconception that we have to make sure people don't think equals automatically completely sustainable and better for the environment.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I've got another question now, and Raquel, I'm going to come to you because I think this might be a question that you're going to love. What makes you mad in this whole area?
So many things.
What gets you annoyed and angry and frustrated?
Yeah, well, one of my biggest things is it's, I guess, inaction and passing the book. And I think we're all pretty good at that sometimes. Even our own governments are excellent at that. I read a post actually only a couple of days ago when we were thinking about this conversation we were going to have, and the post reflected exactly what I wanted to say, and is that the biggest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will fix it. And that's ultimately true. We all have a responsibility and the ability to make changes to our lives and our workplaces for the better of the environment. And we continue to pass the book in many occasions. And one of the things that really, really gets me mad is the waste management laws that we have in the UK and Ireland. We seem to think that it's okay to send or recycling waste to other countries like China or Malaysia. China stopped taking our waste. Malaysia actually sent containers back to the UK only in January of this year. We seem to think that it's okay for other countries that may have even less economical resources than us to manage our waste better than we would do it ourselves. And to me, that's passing the book. That's kind of out of sight, out of mind. If we don't see it anymore, it's not a problem if you don't see it, I guess. My own husband, I talk to him very often about this stuff, and he was saying every country should pile their own waste in the streets, the recycling waste, pack it neatly and pile it on the streets so that people can actually see that we have a massive waste issue in the planet. And, the fact that we are sending it to countries that are less developed than us, to me, it's an absolute crying shame. And it is something that I'm advocating for change constantly. It's not easy. And again, that's all down to our own behaviour and how we feel waste should be managed. And our governments obviously have very different, they just sell the waste to the highest bidder, I guess. But yeah, those things in action and passing the book are the two things that really get me going.
Yeah.
What do you think, Selena? What drives you mad?
Yeah, exactly the same. I mean, just the thought that I don't have, that the individual feels they don't have an impact or their business doesn't have an impact. It's really maddening. And I don't know if I'm sure a lot of people watching this have watched the latest David Attenborough on Netflix, which is just heartbreaking. But one thing that I really found stood out to me was the fact he calls this his witness statement. And that immediately brings to mind the idea that a crime's been committed. And I guess, and it is a crime, it's a crime against nature, it's a crime against Mother Nature and the planet, but it's also a crime against future generations. The actions that we're all doing now are impacting hugely on your child that's at home and your grandchildren. And that's really unfair. The fact that we treat the planet as though we have unlimited growth, and we don't have unlimited growth. We're currently using 1.5 of the resources of the planet. So for every year, it takes a year and a half for the planet to regrow everything we use, which is insane. So it's just that people not realizing that every single person makes a difference, and that if everyone thought in, you know, a more sustainable way of thinking, then the impacts would be huge.
Yeah. Every single person can make a difference. I think that's absolutely the message. So we're running a little bit short of time. I just want to kind of pick up on some of the comments that have come through in terms of blocks. You know, could be workload issues that get in the way. Is suggested. Rachel's even suggested it could be laziness. I should think, you know, there is something in that. And from Paddy, you know, getting people in control to see the value in prioritizing sustainability. I think that's a really valid point. Kate's talking about not knowing where to start, and I think that's still a big issue that people still feel they're not sure where to get started. Stuart totally agrees with the Kaizen ethos of incremental gains, which I think is what Raquel was talking about. So I think just to kind of, because we've only got a short time left, I think this would be really great to hear from people as well. And maybe starting again with you, Selena, what's the sort of one thing that you would say, you know, we as individuals can start doing? So if we're really starting to feel like we're moving from feeling powerless in this to feeling powerful, and that our own individual actions can make a difference, what's the one thing that people can start doing if they're not doing it now?
For me, the biggest environmental win, which takes very little time and has such a big impact, is changing to a renewable energy supplier. So looking at who delivers your energy and changing over, it takes like half an hour in admin, and it makes such a massive difference. So look at Ecotricity as one, which is a great energy supplier who uses only renewables, and make that change at home. And then also look at your office if you're going to take that to work as well, which is where we want everyone to. And I think that's the main biggest single change I would recommend.
That's wonderful. Very specific and very straightforward and easy. I love that. Thank you very much. That's great. Raquel, what would be your kind of one thing that you think we can all do, whoever we are, wherever we are in the industry, as people, never mind job titles or agency heads or whatever? What's the kind of one thing that you would say people can do?
Yeah, I always recommend for people that, you know, look at your own lifestyle first. What are those things that you do on a daily basis that may use energy or water or produce waste? And for me, when I looked at my own lifestyle, it was clear I drink a lot of water. So I could buy a bottle, 2 bottles of water per day a few years ago. So 3 years ago, I bought my Keep water bottle. It comes with me everywhere I go. I have my Keep coffee cup, and I can easily say now I have abolished about 1,500 pieces of plastic bottles of water from going in the environment in the last 3 years. Like that very small thing. So everybody's life is different, but look at your own life, look at the things you're doing that create waste, particular single-use items, the energy and the water you consume, and have a very, you know, maybe give yourself a challenge every week or every month or as much as you can do. Introduce something new in your life, something greener, whether it's reducing waste or reducing energy or switching to your energy supplier to green suppliers. So just have a little bit of a plan maybe and start ease yourself into it, you know.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. And Raquel, I think you're, you know, well, both of you are a shining example of how, you know, we can as individuals, even if we're starting from a point of someone thinking, you know, I don't know anything about this, and it's all kind of overwhelming and scary, that by individual small pieces of action, we can actually start to kind of shift ourselves. And in terms of shifting ourselves, hopefully that step-by-step impact starts to have a wider impact in the events industry or wherever it is that we work. So thank you very much, Raquel, and thank you very much, Selena, for your personal insights today. And thank you very much, everyone watching. And thank you to everybody who's posted in the chat. I'm sorry we couldn't get to everybody, but hopefully there's some individual bits of inspiration and individual bits of action that people feel they can take away. And if nothing else, feeling inspired to continue to look at what we can do individually and personally to make a change in an area that sometimes looks really in an area that sometimes looks really, really overwhelming. And let's all move from powerless to powerful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ken. I am, and I'm sure you are, feeling inspired and ready for more action to tackle this global problem of climate change. We're all a part of it, and I think that session has really given us some great ideas to kickstart our plans for change. Well, we have a short break in our education programme, which is the first time. So you have a couple of options. Obviously, we want to make sure you go and stretch and drink some water and grab some snacks, depending on what time it is with you. You have an opportunity to go and watch some TMS TV that is going on right now. If you've missed a session and you want to go and catch up on demand, please go and do that. But be back here for our virtual keynote, which I'm going to try and time zone this right. I hope I get it right. It's going to be 3:10 p.m. UK. That's 10:10 a.m. Eastern. It's 10 p.m. in Singapore. And I think if you're in Sydney, it's going to be about 1 o'clock in the morning. So you don't want to miss it. Our virtual headliner, Andy King, is going to be sharing his incredible career, some insightful stories, and of course, maybe a few tidbits about that wonderful fire festival that we all know and love. After that, you have to stay tuned. It's our virtual happy hour. We need to get involved. We need to celebrate being together. And that will be led by the gorgeous Sam McNeil from Song Division. One more ask, if you haven't already, and I'm sure you have, you've met a lot of our exhibitors, but maybe spend some time now going and visiting, connecting with somebody new. We're a community here at the Meeting Show, so make sure you go and visit our spectacular exhibitors and see what's going on, what's new in the world, and just connect with everybody. That's it from me. I look forward to putting my feet up and enjoying the virtual keynote headliner, Andy. We'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of the show and take care.
Welcome to 5 Minutes With. My name is James Lancaster. I am the editor of AMI magazine, and my guest today is Ian Edwards, CEO of ICC Wales. Ian, can you sum up what impact these coronavirus restrictions have had on your venue?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's been no surprise for anyone. It's been absolutely devastating. You know, we saw it coming, didn't we? Sort of January, February. Everyone was aware of what was going on in Europe and the Far East, and you know, and we were waiting for that tsunami to come our way. But you know, did we really realize the impact that tsunami would have had when it hit? Probably not. You know, we were all planning for different scenarios and different outcomes. But where we're sat now, and you know, the beginning of October, a lot has happened, and we've learned an awful amount during that time. But it's been absolutely devastating. You know, we could see the real impact coming to the business from probably the end of February, where events started to cancel or to move. And you know, a lot of the events that we had at the end of February into March were medical based, so doctors, surgeons, all attending those major events. And you know, obviously as a venue, we're trying to protect the business, protect the income, and say, well, you know, do you really need to cancel? Can we do something different? You know, can we have a hybrid event? Even back then, we were talking about hybrid events, and how can we make it work without a total loss of revenue? But it got so severe that these people were needed back in the business, so to speak. You know, back on the coalface, protecting lives. So yeah, we went from a full diary in March to zero. You know, practically overnight. And we were looking at this and how were we going to manage, hopefully the next couple of months. It'll only be a couple of months, and I'm sure we'll be back to normal. But obviously that never happened, and it couldn't have been worse timing for us, because we only opened the convention centre in September 2019, and now we're in March, and we were closing it down. And little did we know, where we sat now in October, that the convention centre has now been closed longer than it was actually open. We have an incredible convention centre, an incredible team that helped put it all on, and we opened with such gusto prior to March. But yeah, revenues fall off a cliff, and no business can survive when it's choked of revenue. And so we then went into redundancies, and 80% of the workforce at a convention centre have been made redundant because there is no revenue coming in. So yeah, the impact has been devastating. So
what message would you have now for the Prime Minister or the First Minister in Wales?
I mean, I'm fortunate that I sit on panels that feed into Number 10 and to the First Minister here in Wales. But what we need is we need financial support. We're not partially trading like the hospitality industry. Some parts of the hospitality can open bars or restaurants or hotels, and whilst they're not at full capacity, they are still trading. Therefore, revenue is still coming in. We need absolute sector-specific support for the events industry, because we're not trading partially. We're trading. There is nothing coming in. So we absolutely need that help from the government. Welsh government, to be fair, doesn't have the financial firepower to support the industry in Wales. We absolutely need Westminster, Number 10, to help us through the next few months. Get us through spring.
Is there anything a venue like yours can do to earn revenue right now?
It's really difficult. It is really difficult because we're restricted in terms of any sort of gatherings. So that's difficult. We were looking at one stage to be a Nightingale hospital, but it's not really revenue generating, because you're doing it there to support the community. We're fairly fortunate that we have some production companies and TV companies, film companies that want to use the venue for different things. So we've been fairly fortunate. I mean, in the small sense of the word, we've had some sort of filming going on there, but it's very, very limited. Hybrid events I've spoken about. It'd be good to do something along those events, but it's not even really hybrid, because you can't get any sort of gathering together. But in terms of making it any convention centre wash its face in this environment, it's impossible. It is impossible.
So this probably sounds like an abstract question, but what's the biggest lesson you've learned this year, Ian?
I think we've learned a huge amount. Number one, you definitely do not know what is around the corner, what's coming at you, and no matter how hard you plan and how hard your team work to create a successful business, you just don't know what's coming at you. But I think what we have learned is the importance of relationships, not just with your clients, because that goes without saying. You've got to have a great relationship with clients, and you've got to make sure that your client wants to come back to you after all of this. But I think what's been really important for us and for the sector is creating relationships with UK government, with Welsh government, and showing the importance to them of our sector, because I think a lot of the time governments have played lip service to us as an industry. Now they can really see what we mean to the economy. So I think, that's been a huge lesson that we've all learned, and how we can work together as teams as well. Normally we're competitors with venues in Birmingham or Glasgow or Edinburgh, wherever they may be in the UK. Now we've really sort of galvanized our relationship and come together as a team and said, okay, guys, what can we do now to influence the powers that be that can help us through this crisis? So I think it's been galvanizing relationships.
Do you look to 2021 with optimism or a certain amount of dread?
I think, as leaders, we've got to look at it as with optimism. That's our job, to do that. We've got to keep our teams motivated. We've got to keep the clients wanting to do events. So absolutely with optimism. You know, we're fortunate enough that we've won the Conservative Party Spring Conference for March. You know, fingers crossed that will go and happen. So, you know, there are those sort of events that are still coming in. So we're absolutely optimistic. And, you know, dread as well. Yeah, I mean, January, February, I can't see anything happening in that period of time. But I think what we've also learned is how we can become even better at what we do. You know, we are great at what we do. We're great at delivering events. We're great at driving the economy going forward. And we should be allowed to continue doing that. So, yeah, I think it's been we've learned a huge amount, without a doubt, yeah. And I'm very optimistic about the future.
Great. Well, on that optimistic note, I do wish you well, Ian. It's been a horrendous year for everyone involved in the business events industry, but thank you very much for your time today.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger. Like creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that the city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. Today I have the pleasure of speaking to event professional Megan Irwin. Formerly, Megan was with Successful Events. However, the COVID-19 pandemic had other ideas. Despite this, Megan has had a very busy year. Her achievements include winning the Events for Talented fundraising competition, performing to over 1,000 event industry professionals at the M&IT Awards, and most recently, Megan has been named as one of the Tomorrow's Talent Programme winners. Megan, it's been quite a year for you. Congratulations on all those achievements. And thanks. Thank you for taking the time to chat with me today. So let's begin with what attracted you to the events industry and how COVID-19 has changed your professional life.
Yeah, so I think initially I was attracted to the events industry at university. In my second year, I did like a short volunteer, just a couple of months, like a short volunteer program with York Teaching Hospital for a charity event. It was called the Dialysis Games. It was just a small local event, but they just needed help with some promotion and finding supplies and things for the event at a low cost. And I think that really sparked my initial interest in the industry and sort of my want to go into that industry after uni. And also I've been in various sort of customer facing and hospitality roles for nearly 10 years now. So following finishing university, I managed to get on the management development graduate program with Hilton Hotels, which was amazing. That was like a fast track program that provided like cross exposure across different departments within the hotel. So that was really like a key learning experience for me and really proved invaluable in my next role, which was a commercial role for an event management agency, Successful Events, which booked sort of corporate events around the country. So yeah, that experience proved really helpful in that role. So yeah, that's kind of how I got into events. And yeah, I guess COVID, and as you said, unfortunately, that role is no longer viable. Just so many people have been affected in our industry. It's so sad to see. So that's kind of affected me as well, unfortunately. But I hope to stay in the industry that I love so very much, because we've got such a good network of people and we all just want to see each other succeed. It's so nice and encouraging to see.
Absolutely. And we will come out the other side of this. There is no doubt about that.
We'll come back stronger than ever.
We will. So obviously you're a young event professional. You've also seen both sides, the supplier and the buyer side. If there's other young professionals looking to get into the industry, what sort of advice would you have for them?
Yeah, well, the industry is so full of opportunities. I mean, just in the kind of short time that I've been exposed to it, I've seen so many wonderful things. As you said, I was lucky enough to go to sort of the M&IT Awards, and been to so many sort of networking events all over the UK, met so many wonderful people. So I would just say to anyone that's just starting out, just take every opportunity that comes your way, because there's nothing you can lose from doing these things. You're just going to gain industry experience and hopefully expand your network. So that would be my piece of advice.
Brilliant. I think that's good advice for anybody at any level, actually. Take every opportunity. Yeah, I agree.
It's not probably across the board, not just even in events, but we do have a lot to offer in this industry. So that's probably a good piece of advice, I hope.
And obviously already you've taken every opportunity that has sort of come your way, and you've really thrived in those opportunities. So now you're a Tomorrow's Talent winner and you're part of the programme. What does this mean for you?
Oh, it really does actually mean so much. It was so wonderful to sort of get that email, and I was really sort of touched actually, because it is very early in my career, and obviously this is quite a difficult time, unfortunately, for everyone, but I think our industry has been hit especially hard. So it's really encouraging and motivating to get news like that, and it just reminds me of like how strong we all are as an industry, and with the other winners as well, they're also talented. So it's so nice to be sort of recognised alongside those people as well.
Absolutely, and being part of that network, like you say.
Yeah.
And like you just touched on there, the events industry is growing and it's evolving. Even during this pandemic at the moment, we're growing as an industry. Are there any areas of the industry that you're particularly interested in and that you would like to have influence on? And how do you think you would do that?
Absolutely. So this is something that I've noticed kind of in, as I said, I've been in hospitality roles for nearly 10 years now. So it's something that as I've sort of grown older, I've noticed we're not particularly the best at it. Obviously, sustainability and our environmental impact, we're notoriously possibly not the best industry for it. And obviously there's some things that you can't get around, but there are definitely ways that we could improve. And although I've seen a lot of venues and suppliers that are taking positive steps in the right direction, and for me personally, in my previous role for an agency, it wasn't really something that was at the top of people's list. It wasn't a key motivator when it came to booking a lot of events. For me, that was just my experience. But I do think that it should be, and I think it's something that, if clients aren't particularly looking for it or asking for it, maybe it's our responsibility as event bookers to offer it, and to sort of push people in the right direction, because it's something that we're all in this together, and if we're not all actively trying to make positive changes, we all need to take responsibility for it, really, and to see these changes be made, really.
Absolutely, a shared responsibility. Do you think previously having a sustainable focus for your events has come down to perhaps not having enough time to really focus on?
I think for us, we worked with a lot of kind of associations and things like that, so it might have came down to budget most of the time. Unfortunately, that's the reality that we're in. A lot of people just don't have the, as you say, time or money to make it a priority, which I can completely understand. It's not usually the cheapest option, but ultimately, it's if you look kind of long term, it's something that we do need to look at more. Provide and make it. Maybe there are ways that we can make it cheaper or make it more available to people. So as I say, though clients might not come to us and have it at the top of their list, it's something that we should at least start be offering, and not take responsibility for as event bookers, I think.
Brilliant. And Megan, my last question to you then is, at the moment, you've obviously, you've got a bit of time to think about what you want to do in the future and where you're going. If you could work on one dream event, whether it can physically happen or not, what would it be?
Well, I've kind of talked about sustainability and the fact that it's so important. I think in the future, I think to work on events that I mean, carbon negative would be an amazing feat, but I think carbon neutral is probably the more achievable in the near future. I know it's difficult to measure, but I think that's a goal that we should all be kind of setting ourselves up for, to happen in the future, to have carbon neutral events and sort of put back in the environment what we're taking out. But I think on a more sort of personal note, I've been going to Glastonbury for like 10 years now, and I think they're quite good on sustainability. I know it's not a corporate event, but it's an amazing event that I'd love to sort of see what goes into putting that together and see the other side of it. So that's just a little personal goal of that.
It would be so much fun to work on Glastonbury, wouldn't it?
I know. And there's so many different elements to it. I imagine, that might be on the list for the future. Who knows?
Yeah, that's definitely achievable. Hopefully, both those ideas are achievable for you and attainable. Oh, Megan, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me today, and we wish you all the luck in your future endeavours. I look forward to catching up with you soon again.
Oh, thank you so much.
And welcome to Is Your Event PR Worthy with me, Katie Moorhen, Director of 5283 for the Meeting Show 2020. About 5283, we're a small but mighty team with reams of experience. Our business primarily focuses on getting suppliers and venues seen, known and loved by our organisers. But our experience has been at the coalface of events. Between us, we have organised, marketed and worked on more events than you've had hot dinners. From international trade shows through to the Queen's Jubilee pageant, we know events. When I first started speaking about this topic back in February, the world was a very different place. Today, marketing teams will be required to do more with less money and less time. Whilst this is an incredibly challenging time, it is also packed with opportunities to drop the legacy from your event marketing campaigns, that we've always done it this way and we've always worked with this supplier. A new era requires a bold marketeer, and I hope that coming away from this session, you'll get some key advice on PR that you can make your event more PR worthy, strengthen your event message, gains that extra coverage and get that all important extra boost to your event marketing. Something I think we're all going to need moving forward into our new future. The aim of this session is to go back to basics. And whilst I'm not expecting you to have any earth-shattering moments here, I am hoping that you'll get a few aha moments and some gentle reminders of things that you already knew, but perhaps just needed a little prompt to re-remember. All the slides will be available to you after, and if not via the meeting show, then do drop me a LinkedIn or email at katie@5283.com and I'll send them over to you. Without any further ado, let's get started. This session is called Is Your Event PR Worthy? And the reason I gave you this title is because PR is one of those challenges that I think marketeers really struggle with. Perhaps you have a legacy PR campaign or a legacy PR company that is a marketing budget hoover, taking a ridiculous percentage of your budget that you're not entirely sure how to justify their value. Or you might be at the other end of the spectrum and have zero marketing budget for PR for your event and looking to get together a basic PR plan. Either way, interacting with the public is the right way to make or break your event. It's important to remember that PR doesn't stand for press release. Public relations is any interaction you have with the public. So it's important to get it right. I believe in the power of PR, and whilst we live in a challenging time when it comes to press, publications and magazines in general, PR gives the opportunity to amp and revamp your event. In this session, I'm going to cover the importance of your event narrative, getting it right, ideas on where to find your hook, and key tips and guidance on getting your event featured and that boost to that extra coverage you need. Some practical guidance here, so I'm sure you'll get some key takeaways. Your event narrative, the story of your event and how to build interest into your event. If you have a value prop, a strap line or an elevator pitch that includes the words, in 2021 we'll be bigger and better, giving visitors more opportunities to network and do business, it's really time to refresh your event narrative. It's just dull, and whilst it's incredibly tempting to write and perhaps technically true, this isn't a story with meaning or depth. Our next normal, people are looking to interact and attend events and buy from brands that align with their own priorities. They'll be looking for brands that conduct themselves in a positive way for people and the planet. It's a concept called the kindness economy, and it's created by the Queen of Shops, PR guru, Mary Portas. I really recommend signing up for her newsletter and going to Portas Agency website, where you'll see much more of how they're doing this in the retail space. And it highlights the need for brands to look at their mission and vision, but also to create a purpose. If you're feeding the story of bigger and better year on year to the press, don't be surprised if you don't get coverage. And if you're feeding this story to your PR company, don't be surprised when they don't get any coverage. Being bigger and better is just not interesting. It has no substance. It doesn't tell your prospect audience who they are, what they can really expect by attending, what can they be part of, and what are they buying into. Finding a purpose with an objective and communicating that objective as your event message is key here. A simple way of achieving this is to ask yourself 3 questions. What are we trying to achieve? Why should people care? If I were in their shoes, would it make me attend? An empathetic approach will allow you to get into the mindset of your attendees and speak to them on a much more human level. And a purpose-led event narrative will underpin the entirety of your sales and marketing campaign. So it's really important that you get it right. One of the biggest faux pas of any event marketing campaign in the recent years is its reliance on manipulation. FOMO, the fear of missing out, is simply not a marketing and PR strategy. It relies on this manipulation, and according to marketing legend Simon Sinek, manipulations lead to transactions, not loyalty. And with events, you're looking for your attendees to do much more than a simple transaction. We're looking for them to get to spend something much more valuable than money. We're asking them to spend time. In an industry where visitor retention is as low as 20%, we are terrible at building visitor loyalty because we have become too reliant on those marketing manipulations. And remember, in a world of flight shaming and pandemics, people are needing more and more valuable reason to leave their place of work and comfort zone and come to events. Getting a stimulating and empathetic event narrative will not only build interest with your attendees, but it also sets you apart from your competitors. It's much more interesting also to editors and journalists. It will help you frame your event story and your event narrative and become much more engaging platform for hooks and for stories for the press and for coverage, but we'll get onto that later. Top tip here. Once you have your value prop and your narrative, I really recommend putting together a document with a 1-liner, 25-word, 50-word, 100-word, and 150-word pitch and sharing it with your team. If you have this from the get-go, not only will your entire event team sing from the same song sheet, but it also keeps your brand on track, and you'll thank yourself later when you're manically busy and desperately looking for a 150-word description on your event. A note here, marketing and PR, there's a big difference. And it's important to remember that your PR and marketing message have one really key factor that's different. Your marketing message, you'll feed through your own channels, meaning you have complete creative control and you know exactly where it be and exactly how it's communicated. PR is the opposite. Your event must appeal to as a piece of standalone news for editors to run a story on, however they see fit. Some people would say that advertising is what you pay for and publicity is what you pray for. I've seen so many marketeers trying to control the message too much and therefore producing either salesy or wooden event previews or telling editors and journalists what to write, which never goes down well and often ends up damaging a long-term relationship between you and the publication. So another top tip here, feed your journalists stories 365 throughout the year. It doesn't have to be every week, but understand that you'll need to nurture these relationships in order to build a mutual understanding of each other's needs. You'll learn so much more about what to pitch and when to pitch by spending time with editors and listening to them. But I do know that losing control of what seems to be your message seems really, really intimidating and a bit anxiety driven. So you'll need to make sure that your event narrative is solid, realistic, and delivered at your event. Otherwise, it's just words, and you'll lose trust in both your audience and for editors in the future. So we've got our event narrative, but how do you find your PR hook? A hook is a way of presenting your news or story that will stimulate interest from your chosen media audience. There isn't just one hook for the entirety of your event campaign. You'll need to regularly find new hooks, stories, and angles to keep press interested. And more importantly, you'll need to tailor the message to that particular title. Don't just send editors press releases. Come up with hooks and stories off the back of your news that will speak to audiences and engage readers. In events, we're really, really lucky when it comes to finding hooks, because our events are constantly evolving and changing. And we have so much data and news all the way up in the run up to the event, during the event, and post-event. So if you're still struggling to come up with some event hooks, here's the sort of basic outline that you can use. 12 months out on the launch of your event, launch your PR story. Look to your venues, your association partners, media partners, and look to see how that could be on an exciting hook. This is a great time to lay out your event purpose and build that alignment with your audience. Here's some examples that I'm going to use, but these are all fictitious and not reflective of any organisers at all. These are just some ideas and examples from using the meeting show. 6 months out, look to your exhibitors, sponsors and suppliers. Exhibitors, how do these fit into your event narrative? Have you targeted a new profile? Have you seen an increase in startups taking a stand? Does this support the larger message of growth of startups in your industry, say? Have you asked your exhibitors and sponsors if they're launching any products at their event, and gather that data? Example here could be, an evolution is coming to the UK mice industry, and 2021 will see a huge surge in new technologies from a focus of driving efficiencies for planners. Over a third of exhibitors are using the meeting show to launch new products and services to the market, 80% of which are derived from eliminating the needs of some of the most administrative functions of an event organizer, and then get a quote. It's interesting, it's data driven, and all of that can be linked back to your show, because you may have seen a huge amount of exhibitors that are launching products at your show. And so not only are you feeding something that's data driven, it's interesting, include a few testimonials and quotes, and there you go. That's a really interesting pitch. It can be adjusted slightly as well for the different magazines that you're targeting. Some other ideas. Have you chosen suppliers that fit within your sustainability policy? You pick your suppliers and you pick your venue for various reasons, and you need to tell that story. In business, we make decisions as silos, but often don't put the pieces of the puzzles together to tell our story. Is it going to make headline news? Possibly not, but it is interestingly and definitely worth sharing that story and keeping that news fed to your potential visitors. As a visitor, I'm already slightly more engaged and interested in your decision-making process and can get behind that action. It might not be editorially worthwhile, but definitely a story for your websites and socials. 3 months out, look to your visitor data. Your visitor data can tell you much more than your event pre-open day, than your exhibitor list, if you're asking the right questions. Analyze your data, make sure you're asking interesting questions in your registration form, and make comparisons to year on year, previous years, and look at how this aligns with your wider goings on of your industry. For example, the meeting show may have seen an increase of visitors who are now freelance and running their own business. They might have data such as 85% of visitors have registered as freelance compared to 25% in 2019, showing a huge shift in how the MICE sector operates. Commenting on this, you can have your event director put some comment together about the impact of COVID-19, and then what it shows is the demonstration of talent and its desire to stay within the events industry. So look at your visitor data. What can you see? What trends can you pull out from your registration data? Often, many of you will be having thousands and thousands of people register, and there'll be little hidden gems in there. Take that data, analyze it, use a data manager if you need to be, and see what you can find. 1 month out, look to your content and speakers. Is there anything controversial? Is there anything topical? Is there anyone who's looking to say something that really pushes the envelope? Work with your content producer to ensure that your education gives a voice to everybody working in the industry. Are there some key voices that are technically normally underrepresented that need to be brought out and be brought to the forefront? To find real stories for your event, this requires marketeers to do some tap time. Thomas Barter wrote in a famous article in Marketing Week in 2018 saying that marketing is a contact sport, and he said that time should be divided into tap time, one-on-one influencing, prep time, writing, and crap time. He said, I'm in the business of change and I can't make change happen from my desk. And that's same for event marketeers. How much time do you actually put in to tap time? How much time are you out there in your industry finding those stories and making those connections and putting those pieces of the puzzle together? If you want to engage in your stakeholders and you want to discover real news and inevitably find the best hook for your event, you need to tap out your industry and get in front of those that are being as much part of your event as you can. Don't rely on your PR company to do this for you. And if you're new to the industry, your PR company can help, but it's really important that you get out there, make some phone calls, go for some coffees or some Zoom coffees if you're needing to do it in the current lockdown times. So you've got your event narrative and you found some really great, interesting hooks and you're putting it out there, but you're still not getting the coverage you want. And this last part of the presentation, I'm going to run through some basic ideas and tips that might seem really simple, but can really clinch that coverage that you're looking for. So first, your PR schedule. A lot of people try and derive value from their PR by making sure they have an incredibly packed schedule. They want to know when their PR company are doing what emails they're sending and how they're contacting people. But really, finding hooks, pitching stories and making introductions takes really valuable time. And so often I've seen year-on-year event schedules that are just demanding and focus at quantity rather than quality output. If you micromanage your PR company, you'll quash their creativity and ultimately their output. Give them space, access to data in order to create interesting stories, and run your weekly and monthly calls should be more creative brainstorming sessions rather than a list of to-do activities. You want them to come up with the ideas and you need to give them space to do that. If this is yourself and you're not engaged with a PR company, then pencil in a time each week, maybe an hour, 2 hours, to read your industry news and to really speak to speakers to see whether you can find those hooks and just have that creativity, that creative time. Second thing that people get often a bit confused about or actually just fail on is images. So here's a trick and here's a tip that journalists are quite lazy. So really you need to send press ready shots. Don't send boring aerial exhibition shots. They bore me and I love events. Really, the press love pictures of people, which is why whenever you've got a picture or they're discussing Meghan Markle or Kate Middleton, they'll just put up a picture of the individual and not a picture of Buckingham Palace. It's clickbaity, but actually people buy from people. So what they want, what the press want, are pictures of your team or pictures of your speakers. Invest in some professional shots of your team and don't send them pictures that make them look like they're in a toilet selfie or on death row. Book a photographer to come in on a regular basis and have multiple shots of individuals, teams, senior managers. Make sure they're wearing different outfits, formal pictures against a white background, relaxed shots, just so you've got a whole mix of pictures at your disposal. Make sure they're really high quality and can be appropriately cut either horizontally or vertically. But make sure they're not too high a file size so that your picture will break the inbox. Horizontal photos are best. I got a call from someone this week who said to me that actually they had clinched the top spot on an article because they had submitted a horizontal picture. It really does make a difference and it really can be the make or break of whether you're going to get featured. Don't send stock images. We all have Unsplash or artificially created images. It's really, really not appropriate and it's really bad for SEO. It also gives your brand an overly corporate vibe. And in events, we want to see people. We want to see that purpose. And the aim of a press release is an editorial is to sell your event. And a person really does do that. Next top tip, your brand media pack. Create an event media pack that is accessible at any time. Don't send it via WeTransfer or any of those short-term links. Put it in a Dropbox that's accessible, or put it on a Google Docs so that journalists and editors can access it whenever they're ready. Because some of them work different hours, and if you don't have that material to hand, they might not just feature you. So make sure you include feature photos, as we just discussed. Landscape is a winner. Team biographies of prominent industry and interesting team members, not every team member. The show value prop and boilerplate, and a simple Word document template for your press release with clear contact details. Also make sure you feature previous press releases all in Word. Don't worry about PDFing. It's easier for the journalist to cut and paste content from a Word document than it is PDF. Leverage your media and stakeholder relationships. Make sure you include previews, blogs, opinion pieces, wherever you can in your media partnerships. And request for speakers to submit a blog or opinion piece as part of their agreement to speak with you. One of the big things here is that I see over and over again are event previews from organisers that are just copy and pasted, and they're really not tailored, or they really don't present themselves in an interesting way with stats and facts. Really, it's just a basic preview of a show that's not fit for editorial. Really take some time to make sure you really clinch those event editorials by adjusting, adapting, and updating them as those opportunities come about. If you're just copying and pasting, you're wasting an opportunity. It's really, really key. Another idea of the same vein, but make sure you pitch different ideas and different features per title. And when you do, make sure you highlight that as an exclusive. If I was to pitch a magazine, I would come up with an original idea, original hook, explain why their readers would be interested, and then say, by the way, this is an exclusive for your magazine. I can 100% guarantee that if you say it's an exclusive, you'll get a yes or no much quicker than if you just send it out, especially if it looks like you've just copied and pasted it. No editor wants the same content as the other, and actually it's really bad for SEO if they are just copying other titles. They want individual, unique, original content. So really make sure that you have sent over something that's new. PR your PR. Don't forget to say thank you and give your coverage a shout out through all of your email newsletters, your social media, and on your website. The fact that somebody is prepared to write about your event gives you a certain air of credibility, and a nice thank you to the editor always goes down really, really well. Don't forget to also invite your press to the event. Now, I know lots of people invite their press to the event and they'll say, well, they'll never attend. But if you were in their shoes and they get invited to press events all the time, they want something as an experience. They need a reason. Why should they go to your event over somewhere else? They don't want to attend another trade show and have a warm, soggy sandwich and a terrible shell scheme press lounge. I've done it and I've cringed when I've done it. Really, you need to think about them. People talk now and people approach us about influencer management. But actually, the press are some of the original influencers here, especially if you're in a B2B event. Make sure you host them properly, give them a reason to attend and deliver on that promise. We talk about giving them, an exclusive area. Make sure it's an exclusive area. Make sure that it's got comfy seats and Wi-Fi. Make sure, they've got access to things that other people wouldn't get. Why not give them a guided first look around your show pre-opening, or exclusive access to an event or celebrity or speaker? You could assign a different speaker to a different journalist and get that additional boost of post-event coverage. Post-event coverage is just as important as pre-event coverage because it really can help your sales team with rebooking, but it also keeps your story alive so that year in, year out, you don't just pick up 3 months or 4 months before. You actually keep that story going, and it really, really does support your sales. And finally, crisis communications. Make sure you have a plan in place. With crisis comms, you'll never be able to have everything prepped. And should the worst happen, you'll just need to have and work on the fly, simply because you're not really sure what might be thrown at you. But we highly recommend putting together a variety of things that you can access from the cloud, from any computer at any time of day. Make sure you have access to your press database, templates, press contact details if you've invited them on site to see you at the event, media packs. All of this should be saved in the cloud somewhere. Not only that, is you should have somebody on the ground who's not live at your event, maybe back in the office, or maybe a PR company on standby, should you need them to do something on your behalf. Because when you're running around in a high-vis jacket and boots and you've got your laptop, you might not be able to get Wi-Fi, you might not be able to get access to everything you need. So being able to make a phone call and having someone to help you in that case and having them lined up is the best way. Establish a really simple sign-off process that makes sure that your marketing and PR representative is invited to key meetings so they can quickly absorb the facts and understand the brevity of the situation in hand. trying to relay messages second, third hand not only delays things, but really doesn't give somebody a bigger picture of what's going on. And it's something that unfortunately we're having to use again and again at the moment. So make sure you've got that process in place. A one-page Word document will do, and make sure your senior managers have bought into it before you go on site, and it's all in place. So that's everything from me. Thank you very much for attending. Really hope you enjoy the rest of the Meeting Show 2020. If you've got any questions, please feel free to drop me an email or visit our website to find out more about what we do. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger.
That creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that this city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant, because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. To taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes. To get swept up and explore. To connect with something other than Wi-Fi. And reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We are
incentives.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London supports new ways of thinking. That's what innovation needs.
London's role has really been around being at the heart of core regulation that is opening the doors to new business opportunities that will change consumers' lives.
The most exciting thing about the future of AI is the potential to give us back time.
Here you can meet all the great, amazing AI researchers.
Look forward to a bright future with you.
You have these brilliant ideas with brilliant people. In the health space, we have huge opportunities.
We're specifically working on cancer detection using deep learning, and we've gotten a lot of support in London from the government to really deploy our technology throughout the UK.
We want people who know the field of gene therapy, and there are many people who have trained in world-class universities who have that level of talent.
London has an incredible talent diversity. When we have 20 nationalities in our companies, surely we're going to have games that are very creative and appeal to everyone in the world.
We started in East London, which became Tech City, with nothing but a credit card and a bit of a crazy dream.
If you want to be a global business, you need to have a diverse global team. London is the best place in the world to be able to build that diverse team.
Technology is booming. There's a great ecosystem of other startups and tech businesses that really hold each other's hands to help them grow together.
Everybody wants to be here, everybody wants to work here.
The future that can be built here is so great that it can shine as a beacon to the rest of the world.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word, networking.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea, and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meeting show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together, where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands, united in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word, networking.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives. Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
opportunities.
growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word, networking.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word, networking.
Attention all you team players, are you ready to take one for the team? Join me, Andy King, at the meeting show as I reveal how life has changed after becoming the undisputed king of Netflix's disastrous Fire Festival documentary. When faced with crisis, do you know how to embrace the challenge and turn a negative into a positive? I've become a viral sensation and an expert in reputation management and recovery. You won't want to miss this. The Fire Festival is really only half the story, so stay tuned.
All these models, like in the Bahamas. The most insane festival the world has ever seen.
Island getaway turned disaster.
It became very barbaric.
Right now, we are the fucking laughing stock of everything.
Just wait until you see what you're getting yourselves into.
American rapper Ja Rule is in the Bahamas with his business partner.
Billy McFarland
is an amazing entrepreneur.
He can convince anyone of pretty much anything. They just bought an island.
Pablo Escobar's island. Oh my gosh.
We're gonna throw a festival, yeah.
Within 48 hours, they sold out. These guys are either completely full of shit or they're the smartest guys in the room. We were working around the clock, no sleep.
Billy's like, bring more workers. We need more workers.
Every single day it got more tense.
He just would not take no for an answer. And he just kept pulling money in somehow.
Desperate people do desperate things.
He was lying to investors and making it seem like we were making a ton of money when we weren't. I mean, that's fraud.
We need to get the messaging out now that this is not a luxury music festival.
Oh my God.
There's mattresses all over the place getting soaked. The save yourself mode kicked in.
Right, it's a free-for-all. It became this looting mentality.
There's an angry mob, they're pissed off and they want their money.
Powerful models built this festival, and then one picture of cheese on toast ripped down the festival.
They just couldn't physically fit that many people on the island.
The event's co-founder is facing up to 20 years in prison.
If you had thousands of dollars to go on a trip to see Blink 182, that's on you. That is Darwinism at its finest.
The biggest event in a decade, I promise you.
I'll be there.
I used to feel alive, but then
This is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta's not only about sun, sea and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
Hi, I'm here with Nick Gold, who is the MD of Speakers Corner, and this year the President of the International Association of Speaker Bureaus, and we're talking about the importance of content at the moment during the pandemic and associated events. Nick, what are your thoughts on content?
Well, listen, I come from the world of speakers, so content for me historically has been everything, because that's what the speakers are providing. And I think what's interesting about what we realised about the virtual environment is that almost everything's been stripped back. And you know something, I'm sure over time tech is going to take us to all different sorts of wonderful places. But for the moment, it's literally one person on a screen talking to another. And therefore, content is the heart of it. And this is brilliant for us because effectively, event planners and meeting planners and organisers, they have to start now from what are we looking for from our content? What are we looking to be talking about? And therefore, who are the right people to be discussing this? And therefore, it puts the speaking industry, speaker bureaus and speakers themselves at the forefront of delivering a successful event, which for us puts us in the perfect place of being able to really talk about what we hope to achieve from every event and what we're looking to learn and be educated by the people who are talking to us.
Mm. What are you seeing at the moment in terms of events and the interest that there is at the moment?
So I think, listen, kind of as after lockdown, the starting place was everyone wanted to know about working from home, dealing with mental health, kind of dealing with the pandemic, kind of working practices and everything around that. And that was kind of absolute focus, and that's still around. But what we've seen is almost a return to forward thinking. That's kind of a weird thing to say, but actually companies have realized as time has gone on that all the issues, all the ideas they had back in January and last year, which they talked about implementing in 2020, they haven't gone away. And actually maybe they need to start looking at that because they want to build their business. But you've got the added kind of problem of actually you're doing it in a new environment. But what we're seeing is the same conversations are being had. The key subjects around leadership, around communication, around teamwork are being discussed, but now it's how do we do that in this new environment we're working on, which is very much a virtual world. But there is definitely more positive feeling that actually companies are realizing that they need to keep discussing the stuff they were discussing prior to the advent of the pandemic, and how they can bring the two things together in this new virtual environment is critical to them and their strategy and moving forward.
Yeah. So where do you see things going over the next, say, 6 months? I mean, that's the time frame that Boris Johnson seems to have suggested.
Yes. And I think the fact that Boris said it, I think kind of when I heard the announcement, for me, the surprise wasn't what he said. The surprise was him saying 6 months, because 6 months is a very long time. Let's make no bones about it. And it's much longer than any of us expected, wanted to hear, or anything like that. And it definitely has cast a grey shadow over all of us. But because it's so definite, it means that actually we need to understand we are working in a new world where whatever we come back to when the physical environment returns, there's going to be a parallel stream to the virtual and the physical. And therefore, as meeting planners, as event organisers, what we need to be doing is looking at the virtual and turning around and saying, what are the benefits of it and how can we get the most out of it? And what then are we losing, which we used to be able to get from a physical meeting, which actually we need to wait for the physical to return. And let's start planning these two streams, not as kind of a binary choice of one or the other, but as something whereby in the short term, when I say short term, the next 6 months, we're living in this virtual world and solely this virtual world, we're using the best of the virtual environment in order to achieve what we want to achieve. And then when we can bolt on the physical and bolt on that live physical environment, and we're getting additional stuff out of it, which we can't get from the virtual, then it can only be an added bonus. And suddenly we've got two different ways to be talking to our clients or talking to our teams. Ultimately, kind of, we've got to start seeing it as rather than it being the binary, it's a new medium where we get a chance to be in contact with our clients, with our employees, which while it was out there before, it was never as ubiquitous as it is now. And maybe that's because it's forced circumstances, but the truth is now it is part of all of our everyday living.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a massive change that has taken place in such a short amount of time. But
I'm sure, Paul, for you, it's for me, like kind of, we've always talked about, like for so many years, talked about video conferencing and all this other stuff. And everyone talked about how, yes, we can do it, which means we don't need to do this, that, and the other. But it never really took off. Kind of, and working from home, yes, people did it bits and pieces, but not to the extent that's going on now. So although we've been forced into this world, we always were heading that way. It's just we've now gone in with both feet and we've got to embrace it rather than be fearful of the whole thing.
Do you think there's a sense that, I mean, we've obviously gone a long way kind of like with working from home and kind of virtual. And so when we get the opportunity to go back, it's not that we're going to go back to exactly how we were before, but maybe we'll just pull back a little bit from where we are at the moment.
Yes. Listen, kind of, there's no doubting, and I'm sure, I certainly feel this, and I know some kind of the Team Speakers Corner also feel the same thing, or most of the Team Speakers. We miss the physical contact. And there's definitely something about being in a room with other people and just spouting off ideas, which you can't get from virtual. You just can't get it because you can't talk over each other and you can't really read people as well. Yes, kind of right at the beginning, I remember kind of one of the original punchlines we had in terms of the world of speaking was everyone's got a front row seat, which is great because as a speaker, everyone sees the white of your eyes. Yet it's still through a screen and it's not the same as being in a room with each other. So we are going to want that. We're naturally sociable people. We naturally want to be physically interacting with each other. But that doesn't take away from the fact that actually, if I want to see your face and you're on the other side of the globe, or even you're just got busy, we can now do that through virtual straight away. So let's understand how we can use both so we feed what we need, which is the interaction, kind of the physical interaction, and actually that almost closeness you get from being in the same room as someone, while also the immediacy of the virtual and knowing that actually everyone's available always for you.
Fantastic. Well, I think that just about wraps it up, unless there's anything else you'd like to particularly add.
Thank you. I think kind of the only thing I would say is kind of, I as much as anyone, because I really felt this after the 6-month announcement, an air of despondency kind of flooded over me. But I do see this now more and more as time goes on. in the events industry and the meeting industry, we should see this as a chance where the marketplace can expand. As the kind of, we see the virtual coming and it growing, but don't then think that when the physical comes back and we can meet each other in a room, that the virtual net is going away and it's going to kind of, one's going to replace the other. See this as a chance where actually the physical keeps growing and the virtual keeps growing and the physical comes back at the levels and even greater than it was before. So let's be positive and let's go out there and think this is a chance for us to expand the marketplace and do amazing things for clients and have some incredible meetings and events.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Nick.
No worries. Lovely speaking. Thanks, Paul.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things.
Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trends is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger.
That creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that this city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things. Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
Scotland. The country you love needs you. To get that much needed change of scenery. To follow in the footsteps of our ancestors. And get lost in the stories of our past. To enjoy the welcome we're famous for in ways that make us feel more reassured. To dine in or out. To taste our world-famous produce as fresh as it comes. To get swept up and explore. To connect with something other than Wi-Fi. And reconnect with the people you love. We can't promise you the big shows we're famous for yet, but when we do, there'll be fireworks. All we need you to do is enjoy all that we have to offer.
Only in Scotland can travelling so little make such a big difference.
So where do we start? I mean, you know, we know that things are going to be different soon and maybe long term. You know, where do we as meeting professionals begin to get our arms around that?
As planners, we're control freaks, and people come to us and want all the answers, and we expect ourselves to know all the answers. So I think the first thing we have to do is go from being perhaps, you know, some people are type A, planners are AAA. So I think we at least have to just exhale and realize that we're all in the same place and not having the answers is okay. And the hotels will help us navigate. But what we need to realize is that when we used to say, you know, if this ballroom is this many feet, you can fit this many people in it, that's going to change. Like I just was, again, a hotel partner sent me their new guidelines, and they're talking about 4 people per 72-inch round. So the first thing we're going to need to understand is that the way we use space and the after effect of that is going to change. So your rooms are going to feel empty simply because you cannot fill them anymore. And how do you take an empty room and not have it feel cavernous or half empty? Because it you know, there's something about a room that's packed that makes you feel like that the content is valuable. And, you know, this was a jam-packed event. We're not going to have that anymore. Theater seating is not going to exist anymore. It can't. So not in the way we know it. So the first thing we have to do is embrace the space and understand how to work within it.
I think one of the first challenges we're going to face is that with, in many cases, budgets being restricted due to what organizations have gone through with this pandemic, as well as our reliance now on digital events, is making a case just for having the in-person meeting. In particular, as you said, if people need to be distanced from one another or wearing masks, how do we start from that and say that there's a different value proposition when we meet face-to-face?
Yeah. I've taught college for many years, and I had 2 assignments that I gave my students because they were I would pose the question to them, this is pre-pandemic, why do we need to meet face-to-face? We've got Zoom and we've got, Remo, or we didn't bend, but why do you need to meet face-to-face? So what we did was we had, this was the first week, and everyone got someone else's name and they chatted on Zoom. They didn't know each other. And then the following week they came to class and found each other and had a conversation, and they wrote down how they felt about that person and the impressions they got after the Zoom call. And then they met in class and we did it again. And they were like, oh my gosh, I didn't know this. And she had this handbag. And it's just incredible the way you can connect. And for anyone who has, and this is an easily relatable example for some of us, if you've ever online dated, you can look at a profile and you can feel like you know someone, and then you meet them in person and you're just like, oh, wow, or wow, this is fantastic. There is something, or not, exactly. But we have, our sixth sense, and, we have a brain in our gut, and your gut instinct doesn't necessarily get activated unless you're in close proximity to someone. And although now, strangely, people are buying houses they've seen on Zillow without walking through them, the level of confidence and camaraderie and bonding, if I'm going to do a multi-million-dollar deal with you, I would like to be able to look into your eyes, and I want that friendship. And have you ever exclaimed, oh my gosh, Lauren, it is so great to put a face and a name together, and I immediately feel like I know you, even if we've been speaking on the phone or on Zoom for years. There's just a difference. It's humans crave interaction, and part of the reason people are not following, quarantine guidelines is because we hunger for human connection, and virtual meetings cannot take that away, or cannot replace that ever. Even if you've got your little avatar, you cannot replace human interaction. We are social human beings.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing fine. 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
we are
incentives.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can, be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things. Be passionate about what you're doing because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Contacts.
Technology.
Development.
Venues for education.
One word: networking.
Hello and welcome to another 5 Minutes With. My name is James Lancaster, editor of AMI magazine, and I'm joined by Martin Sirk, international consultant to the meetings industry and international advisor to the Global Association Hubs Partnership. Martin, what is the single biggest challenge facing associations right now?
Wow, James, the single biggest, survival. That's the point. We're in an era of extreme uncertainty. And associations are becoming very risk averse. So the big challenge is to work out what are the risks that are related to existential survival, and what are the risks which allow you actually to move on and experiment and innovate and be successful. Working out the difference, to me, is the crucial question facing associations.
Okay, so you do work for the Global Association Hubs Partnership, so that includes Dubai, Brussels, Washington, and the like. If you were the head of a CVB, Convention Bureau, right now, what would you be doing?
I would be talking to all of my obviously reassuring my stakeholders, trying to keep our team together. But the big challenge, I think, is for destinations to become risk partners with their clients going forward, not to simply be the host of the event, not simply even to be the legacy partners, but now to become genuine sharers of risk. Because although associations are booking 3, 4, 5 years ahead, they're not signing contracts which tie them down to specific attrition, size, how many people are going to turn up, what the format's going to be. So the destinations have got to build some very flexible models of risk-sharing contracts.
Okay, so what opportunities, if any, does the coronavirus pandemic present for associations?
Well, I'm actually running an education session with 4 senior executives of international associations. And I was surprised in the pre-session interviews to hear that all of them are really optimistic.
Okay.
What they've found is that the pandemic has brought their community together. In many ways, they've identified a lot of their people who are in the front line of the fight or in communicating information about the pandemic or finding post-pandemic solutions to all of the societal problems that are being created. So they see that this is a huge opportunity for them to build more cohesion for their association, but also it's really strengthened their advocacy position. So if you're in UITP, in public transportation, they're now getting interviews with the top newspapers and magazines. Policymakers are coming and knocking on their door. Same thing goes for the Project Management Institute. They're finding new communities of people who are now desperately interested in the skills of project management related to things driven by the pandemic. So smart associations are seeing opportunities in this, but it's very, very uneven. Others are facing annihilation, given that their membership base is being eroded and they're losing, especially in the SME area, a large proportion of their membership.
Let's narrow down just quickly. How does the role of association meetings, how's that been changed as a result of COVID-19?
Okay, well, everybody's gone online at the moment. Everybody is building virtual resource centers. They're still providing the same solutions, the same outcomes, but they're doing it in different ways. Everybody I speak to recognizes that the future is going to be a hybrid future, both in terms of reaching new audiences, and all of them are reaching way bigger audiences, not necessarily with such engagement, but much wider. But they also realize that hybrid gives them insurance policies. As long as they've got tools that will work in a face-to-face and in an online environment, they can switch between one and the other if they've got good risk partnerships with the hosts and the tech partners and all of the other players who come together. So that's one angle. The second angle is that I believe successful face-to-face meetings are going to have to be solution engines rather than driving membership or driving bed nights or driving community engagement. Associations which design meetings to actually drive specific outcomes and find solutions to the challenges which their members are wrestling with will be successful. Meetings which are held simply because it's in the constitution or it allows everybody to get together, which are more socially driven, they will struggle, I think, because now delegates are asking themselves the fundamental question, is it nice to be there or do I need to be there? And need to be there is the new axiom that determines whether people will attend.
So is that the biggest lesson you've learned this year? Or
I'm learning all the time. I mean, this has been an extreme university at home makeover. I'd say what the biggest thing I've learned is the extent of the uncertainty which surrounds us. We go through life putting our strategic plans together or working on our personal growth patterns with the assumption that there's a minority of the future that's uncertain, and there's a lot of things that we take for granted. What the pandemic has proven is that the future is inherently unknowable and that we have to build it. And to me, it's that shift in perspective is the biggest learning outcome that I've had.
Great. Okay, Martin, thanks for your insights. That was very interesting.
It's been a tough year, but we've been working hard, coming up with new activities, innovative events, and scouting new locations.
Malta is not only about sun, sea, and beaches, although this year we had ample time to work on our tents.
However, it's now time to get back to work and keep on believing in our beautiful industry.
We therefore look forward to seeing you at the meetings show between the 19th and 21st October.
Please feel free to book your visual appointment with us.
We look forward to seeing you and updating you with what has been happening in the Maltese Islands over the past few months, and to show you what the future holds for Malta.
this is where it starts, and where you remember it began. It's where you met, where you love, where you create and celebrate. Here are our stories, our moments, our West Midlands. We join together where history is still living. Our past, our future, our West Midlands. United in spirit. There are more stars in our skies. The moon has more light. We make the extraordinary happen. Right here, in the heart of England.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues.
For education.
One word, networking.
We are events.
We
are
meetings.
We
are
incentives.
Hello and welcome to M&IT Talks. I'm delighted to be chatting with Rachel Kenny today. She is one of the Tomorrow's Talent programme winners. She's currently working freelance within the digital events sector, and she's also an ambassador for the Female Hospitality Network. Rachel, welcome, and thanks for talking with me today. So let's start about your journey into the events industry. Where did it all begin for you?
So it probably kind of began unofficially back when I was at uni. I was like social secretary for the societies I was part of, and just loved organising, just generally anything. But I didn't actually study events originally at university. I actually studied law, so it was something completely different. And then I guess the official kind of into the events industry happened about 3 years ago. I came back from travelling and kind of decided that what I wanted to do when I got back was try and get into events. And I'd done some research and found out that you could do a master's, like a taught master's in a different subject, because I thought you had to do it based on the subject you'd already done before. And I was moving back to Bournemouth, and Bournemouth University obviously have a great programme there. So I signed up to join that as a kind of a way to help me fast track in, because I thought I could, like, if I've got something behind my belt, I've got some experience. And it worked out really well. I also, while I did my masters, I freelanced as an event assistant at Go-To Events. So I was really lucky to have that opportunity to get the work and the like studies at the same time. And then before I graduated, I was offered a job as an event coordinator at Investors in People. So I moved to London straight away, started there, and then progressed up to events lead in my last role.
Brilliant. So, I mean, most recently you've been announced as one of the Tomorrow's Talent Programme winners, which is part of the meeting show. So what does being part of this programme mean to you?
It means so much, especially at the moment with the state that the events industry is kind of in, with so much talent out there looking for work. Same as myself, unfortunately, I was made redundant. So I'm in the job market, and I just feel like you need to try and stand out in any way possible. So getting Tomorrow's Talent winner, it was just like the accolade that shows that yes, all that hard work that you've been doing does mean something. And there's people in the industry as thought leaders and those top professionals that back you as a future leader in the industry as well. So being able to have all of that and have that kind of confidence boost while you're searching, and just hoping that it will pay off eventually and I'll get my perfect next role.
Oh, we hope so. We hope so. And of course, this isn't the first industry programme initiative that you've been part of. You're also a recent graduate of the Fast Forward 15 programme. What was that like?
Yeah, I love an industry initiative, me. That was amazing. I loved being part of the Fast Forward 15 programme. Faye Sharp is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. So being able to have any kind of contact with her and have her support you is great. But it really helped me progress my career. I got my promotion during that time, and it was all working with a mentor. It kind of helps you focus, just work out what you want out of your career and kind of out of life in general, and having someone to keep you accountable. I found it so useful. And the network that I have around me, like all of the girls as part of the programme and all the mentors, they're so supportive. Even now we finished the programme, and I really just love being part of it and wish it could never have ended. If I could still be on it, I would.
Oh, it's good to hear. So in your professional career as an events professional, you've worked both in the agency side and the corporate side. Are there any issues or topics that you've come across in the industry that you're particularly passionate about? And is there anything that you think that you can help influence?
I guess kind of off the back of the Fast Forward 15 programme, the fact that women do make up the majority of the events industry, but then don't make up the majority of the senior level positions, that disparity. It's where along the line does that, how is that affected? Why is there more men in the top board positions when actually the industry is 80% female? So I think for me, just trying to help work out that equality and nurture the talent along. I myself have gone through programs, and I've just absorbed everything I can about the industry. So I'd love to be able to use my knowledge and things I learn to then do that for the next generation as well. And then hopefully we'll all kind of be the career driven women that just want to go up the ladder and get that each step one by one and have support from each other rather than being competitive. It's all about helping each other up the ladder as we go.
Helping each other, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Tomorrow's Talent programme could help you achieve that?
Oh yeah, definitely, because there's so much support from the meeting show and the other the leaders that have chosen us in the first place. It kind of gives us some recognition for our own profile, which can then help other people know who we are within the industry. That will then get us might get those promotions, might get you that next step up, and work your way up as you're shown to be a future thought leader, and your voice is being heard even from such an early stage in your career. It's amazing.
Brilliant. And my last question to you then, Rachel, is what would be your dream event to work on?
So my dream event would be a past event. It would be the London 2012 Olympics. I'm sure a lot of people will say that generally, but I think for me is just going back to 2012, it brought the whole nation together. And I feel like, given how the things are at the moment, this was maybe like the last time that everyone was like that. And to me, it's just amazing that an event could do that to people. So like, you can bring a whole nation together. And like, unfortunately, I wasn't part of the events industry back in 2012. I think I actually wasn't even in the country during the Olympics. I was in America, but I would have just volunteered or done anything I could to be part of it. I didn't necessarily work on it, but just something like that big and all the different parts and bringing it all together, it would have been amazing to have just even had like a part of that opportunity.
Brilliant. I mean, that was a huge global event, wasn't it? And like you say, it brought the nation together and showed the value of the events industry as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no question for the government then how great the events industry was. So you might need to remember that.
Oh, brilliant words of advice there to end on. Rachel, it's been great talking to you today, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you get up to in the future, and good luck with the job search as well. If anybody would like to hear more from Rachel, you can head over to her informative and engaging blog at www.eventswithrachel.com. Brilliant. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you so much.
Why I attend the meeting show in one word: connections.
Opportunities.
Growth.
Context.
Technology.
Development.
Venues.
For education.
One word: networking.
London is one of the most vibrant cities in the world.
There's a fantastic tech community, there's a diversity of people, there's investors, all of the pieces are here.
London is this extraordinary asset for itself of all the talent here.
London attracts everyone in the world to come to here and create new things. There is something special of the vibe here that connects us all to something bigger.
That creativity comes from the past as well as the future. Bringing those two together creates that special kind of creativity that this city has.
In order to build a fashion technology business, we need to be able to bridge the academic research and technology with fashion products. That all exists here in London.
We are events.
We
are
meetings. We
are
incentives.
My advice to someone just starting out in the events industry is to be nice and be grateful all the way through.
Get to know as many people as you can. Be resourceful, work hard, and make sure that you're always making new contacts.
Get out there and network. Go and learn, go and see what there is, learn the acronyms, because there's so many things. Be passionate about what you're doing, because it requires a lot of effort and time into the little details that go into every aspect of the event.
Know your people. It's all around contacts, so get out there, network, whether that be LinkedIn, attend exhibitions.
If you're unable to find a role within an events company or to find an events role or events internship, then I would recommend finding a job that matches the skills as closely as possible. So for example, you could find a job as a junior PA where you're coordinating, possibly start organising internal events, or even as an administrative assistant, because you'll be booking meetings, especially with senior managers. You might end up booking travel arrangements, flights, and again, internal events.
Certainly go and visit the types of venues you'd like to book and go and see them, because they're never the same in real life as they are on the internet.
Learn about different cultures, because the trend is coming in a way that people do not want to only explore the destinations, but they also want to explore the cultures.
Work on LinkedIn, contribute to discussions on LinkedIn.
Just try and find people who are in business development or in recruitment and say, I want to find out what's going on in this business. That really encourages people to take them seriously.
I'm here with Charlotte Gentry, who's the EFCON chair and the founder and CEO of Pure Communications Group. Charlotte, you started out, I think, being quite positive at the beginning of lockdown, but where are you at the moment, and what journey have you been on?
Hi, Paul. Nice to see you today. It's obviously been a very varied and unusual experience over the last 6 months. And very, very different from what I experienced in 2008. So I am now on my third experience of building an agency and actually sort of, I suppose, pivoting into the next stage of my career journey. In 2008, it was very, very different. It was a massive global financial recession, which meant that people weren't spending money and everybody put complete freezes on spend. This is a completely unprecedented scenario. And I think at the beginning, people thought, okay, it'll be a 6-month shindig and we will have to almost take a breather, enjoy the summer, and look at how we're going to get through it and apply for business interruption loans.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk of the V-shaped recovery, and
I think people were thinking September, October, there would be an influx in people coming back to the table with events inquiries, and on the 1st of October, the events industry was supposedly meant to be getting a major push in the right direction, and the events industry is meant to be reopening for events that are able to take place over 30 people. That's not happening, and in fact the government have done the reverse and are imposing greater restrictions now, going back to regional lockdowns and only maintaining that we're only allowed to hold events of up to 30 people, and really tempering consumer confidence in what we can and what we can't do and where we should be going and not going. And so I think the bigger challenge is it's a perception problem now of whether we should be seen to actually be congregating, even if it's only up to 30 people. And I think that's the challenge that we're now having to overcome. And now people are realizing, I think, that this is probably, we're in this for minimum a year. And I suspect that live events in the form that we've certainly been used to experiencing them probably won't be coming back until the autumn of next year, which means that a lot of businesses are going to have to really move fast to adapt how they're actually going to survive. Because I think, you can take a view that for 2 to 3 months or 4 or 5 months, you can take a bit of a hit and it's going to be okay as long as you can see that V-shaped recovery. That clearly isn't going to happen. The world is in turmoil. We're quite an insular society in the UK in that we are very self-critical about the way our government are performing and behaving, and don't necessarily look at the comparisons across Europe. And in fact, the likes of Switzerland and Germany have opened up considerably to much larger events. So I believe Switzerland's opened up to 5 events of up to 5,000 people, and Germany's opened up to events of over 1,000 people. And we seem to be going backwards. So it's really, what does that mean for us, and how do we find a way to adapt and pivot what we're doing to be able to sustain a service offering during this period of time?
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, isn't it? I mean, I suppose some people would say that in Switzerland and Germany, they were more effective at the beginning at keeping cases down. And so that means that they've been able to open more up kind of like now. And also some people say that there's kind of more of a understanding of the value of meetings and events in those countries. Would you say that either of those are valid, or do you think there's a different reason?
I think the communication strategy that the government have had in this country has been absolutely shocking. I think that most of this population don't really know what the statistics actually really are, and people are spouting them left, right and centre. And a lot of the time those stats are actually incorrect. I think the numbers in this country have actually been overinflated, because whenever anybody dies now, it's deemed to be COVID, when in actual fact they've died from existing heart conditions, or so I think that not to sound discompassionate or uncompassionate in any way, however, I think the statistics have been skewed in this country, and I think other countries have taken a more bullish perspective on how we can approach this moving forwards, and the economy is going to suffer enormously with the impact of what's happened. And as much as the furlough scheme was a very inventive and supportive experience for swathes of people in this country, at the same time we have to pay that money back. So how we pay that money back is going to seriously impact us over the forthcoming years. I mean, it's going to, that deficit is enormous. And I personally feel that it was just putting a sticking plaster over a problem that was waiting to happen anyway. So the majority of those people on furlough, it was only a matter of time until people get made redundant, unfortunately, because we're not going to see the resurgence of the economy because the government isn't making the right decisions to enable the government to enable the economy to continue to thrive. And it seems to be a health versus economic challenge at the moment. So
what would you like
it's
to
going to be
see
very
done,
interesting
then?
to see how the situation plays itself out over the next couple of months, I think.
What would you like to see done? What would you like to see happen?
I think it's a very difficult question to answer, because I'm probably damned if I do and damned if I don't when I answer that question. I think there comes a point when where the economy, because of the impact of people's mental health and on people's livelihoods, and those problems become greater than actually the numbers of people who are suffering under COVID. So I think that that balance gets swayed at some stage. Now, who knows when that pivot will actually happen, but I don't think we're too far away from that now, when more people, I mean, at the end of October, there's going to be an absolute dearth of people being made redundant across the country. And I think the country will go into a serious depression at that stage in the game. And it's only going to be the businesses that actually are opportunistic, have cut their overheads quite dramatically and are able to see this one through, that will come out the other side, and are creative in their approach. Because if one is still trying to bang the events drum, I think it's going to fall on very deaf ears for the next 6 months. I don't think there's any point in even trying to bang that drum. To be honest, I mean, I know that we're obviously having these conversations surrounding the meeting show, but I think, we have to think about, what does that engagement piece look like moving forwards? We are still going to have to engage. And this is, you and I having this conversation as we are currently having it now, is a new kind of experience that we haven't been having for a huge amount of time. And how do we overcome the fatigue of what this new experience looks like when we can't shake hands and we can't meet? And, I was traveling recently, and, you're moving everywhere with a face mask on, which quite frankly is quite uncomfortable. And, you've got to do all of these new things. It's a major, major shift in society.
are events.
We
are
meetings.
We
are
incentives.
Get my shoes and out the door. 5, I'm alive. 6, 7, 8, feeling great. 9, gonna shine, life is good. I'm doing 5, 10, gonna do it right and do it again, yeah. I look into the sky with all the beautiful color, but there's more than just for me, so gonna share it with another. I got to show, to give, let out. I want to sing and shout. Take a look and see a beautiful morning that turns into a beautiful evening, and together make a beautiful life. And if you wanna see, then come along with me, that's right. And if you want a good tomorrow, it's pretty simple, gotta find a light to follow. And if you do, you have a future real bright. And it's a combination of consistency. Come on and sing, oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah. Come on, come on, come on and sing. Oh, come on, come on, come on and sing, yeah.
Well, everybody, that is a wrap of day 3 and the whole of the meeting show. It has been a truly incredible 3 days of powerful, inspirational and engaging content. We've had some great conversations with exhibitors. We've had some really fun networking activities happening. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Keep safe, keep well. See you next year.